Okay, Jim, I'm gonna have to mark everybody down who's gonna be up there.
Yeah, take your time, we've got a few minutes.
Okay, you guys can send the retention. If you need me, I'm capable. Let's hope I'm clearing and I'm ready for protocol five.
Where's my seat?
You put a name tag.
Nice. All right.
It's an advantage. I'm definitely feeling fast.
I like that you back color the blue colors. Comments.
No. Any comments are bad, I think, but.
Yeah, there's no comments you want to do. You got a problem. I hate it when I was something. I'm like asking the commissioner. Is there anything you want to look at? It's looking pretty good. How do you do that?
So then, is that retired?
No.
There's something signed. Didn't see that. That's good. Awesome. That's fast. I said, Alan, sign this. And hang it up.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? Right, yeah.
What's that? Yeah, no, send me a comment, maybe I'll leave the next session.
That's fine.
We need it. So if we get more workforce housing, we need
It is raised by the. The big sign. Going up. Huge gap. Right now the door.
Lawyers. Who cares? Lawyer finished last of his life in school. Should all lawyers. Oh, yeah. Video. They try to scare you. Yeah,
I think so.
it would just piss me off.
We never done something 10 years. Oh. Right.
Oh, sorry.
We got enough paper for that? It's a little airplane.
You'll add. I read all this.
Oh, these are just bigger copies, I think.
Yes, most of them are, yeah.
Yeah.
It was hard to see those smaller ones. I'm glad to see that some of these, glad I could.
Let's get a magnifying glass.
Thank you very much for getting those back. It was water.
Okay,
Yeah, I spent the whole weekend. It's good. It's nice to
I
have.
spent the whole week. Yeah, but I'll take it.
Yeah. I spent the weekend, I spent some.
Carol, we all set?
Mostly, yes.
All right, let's call the meeting to order, please. Record show that Mark Ehrman. He'll probably show up. Mark is excused. First item on the agenda, consideration of meeting minutes from February 8th, 2023. Have we made changes that were requested?
I don't know that I made the right changes. I listened to the whole, I talked to Susan about when to start listening. I listened a little bit before. I listened to the end. I made some changes. But I don't know that I found what they were looking for.
Okay, may I ask where the changes are?
That whole middle section.
What page?
You have the originals there. So you have February 8th, you have two sets of February 8th.
Right.
One
Right.
says original. And one is the changes.
What page was the changes on it, Joe? It was the ones that Joe wanted, right?
Well, I hope so. I wasn't sure that I found the right spot.
Don't remember what line it was on. Does anyone remember?
I mean, I looked through it, I didn't see.
It's something to do with box trailers. That's all I know is.
Yeah, the trailer. It was permitted. I didn't write it down. This will show up.
Since Joe's not here, maybe we should put these off until he's here so he can,
Yeah.
Okay,
it's just minutes,
all right, is there a minute motion to pass over?
I don't think we should.
no? Joe's wanted something in there, that's what I was trying to say.
I think that she has spent an inordinate amount of time on this one set of minutes. In the attempt to include one sentence that Joe wants to use for unrelated purposes.
Unrelated purposes.
My
I don't
comment,
know,
my comment about the box trailers. Back with the container. Was a minor part of the whole discussion that we were having about Salt Creek. And he wants to put that in quotes for an unrelated. Thing to have in writing. It was insignificant in regards to what the primary purpose of the planning board was at that meeting. So I have some changes that I'm gonna suggest, but they're unrelated to box trailers, and I think that these minutes represent that meeting as accurately as they can be.
OJ, I don't know that I can agree with you, only because there are many times where you make suggestions about minutes for something to be changed, and we change them. And then you're okay with it, just because Joe's not here, how do we know that the changes are made, you know what I'm saying?
That's a valid,
And all equal,
that's a valid point, except that Joe did not make any suggestions. He asked Carol to spend hours of time going back and researching a vague notion that he thought he said and he thought I said, and she couldn't find it.
well, I remembered it, you couldn't find, I remembered it being somewhere in the meeting, I just don't remember where either, so I didn't go back through it. I have a hard time getting on that video feed to find the meeting sometimes, so.
I mean, we could always wait and just see if Joe, when he comes in, if he remembers, if he's had a chance to research it.
If that's the board's pleasure, I'm not gonna cause a fight about it, I just disagree.
I'd rather see they'll have a chance to,
All right, so is there a motion to skip over?
I'll make a motion to skip over February 8th meeting. Minutes, they'll enjoy a chance to look at them.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 You're opposed?
I'm opposed.
Next item on the agenda, consideration of the meeting minutes from March 8th, 2023.
All right, I'll make a motion.
Can I?
Did you have something?
This,
You had something?
two changes.
Okay.
Line
No,
three,
wait. Trying to do two things at once. Okay, what page?
line 312,
Line 312.
just that inaudible is a single word.
Okay,
Yeah, one,
And,
go ahead.
and then 316, right below it.
Yeah.
Can we say Jared Elliott,
yeah, she.
a member of
wasn't
the
sure.
audience? She didn't know who he was, but, I mean, I
Yeah.
think that name is significant because he's the
Yeah.
owner of that company we were talking about.
Okay.
Other than that, I was good.
Okay, then. Page 5, right, you notice there are some corrections. Suggested by a member of the public, is everyone okay with those? I think they're just factual in nature.
Yeah, I crossed out, we got a letter from Jennifer. And I had noticed the meeting in this way. But I find it clear that, you know, you have been told that wasn't really the case, so.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's basically just correcting the facts. Can you attach that letter to the minutes?
I think it's an email.
Okay. I'm just- And one other little housekeeping thing. Line 465, it just says Danielle is alternate Danielle, it should be alternate Black.
Oh, yeah.
We usually go by last names.
Okay.
Does anyone have anything else? Is there a motion to change those minutes?
As amended, so moved.
Second,
All in favor?
No, that's meant for meeting.
And
This is
Joe's,
March 8th we're doing.
Okay, I'm gonna say no. If I find I want it, I'm gonna record again, you guys can vote on it. When I find it out I want, I'll ask me to amend this later date.
Okay, this is March 8th. We've
I
skipped-
know, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
That's the question when Paul asked, if there was any zone, any regulation dealing with tractor trailer boxes. I couldn't find it in a minute, maybe it didn't get picked up. If I know what, I'm gonna get back over the minutes and fine tooth comb. And then when it does, I can find what I want, I'm gonna ask the board to amend the minutes at that time.
okay. So we've already skipped over the February 8th minutes. We didn't know where you were with the research.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, this is March 8th.
Okay, I read it out, okay,
Okay, so you're gonna vote in favor of approval of the minute corrections.
correct.
Okay. So. Why don't we just go get the February 8th minutes out of the way? Is there a motion to go back to the February 8th minutes?
Do I'm gonna vote against it anyway.
That's your prerogative, Joe. Tell me how to vote.
I have some,
Okay, we're going back, so you're saying yes, it's a second?
oh, wait, to go back and do them?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll make a motion to go back and review them.
Is there a second?
I was talking just with the state putting it on board.
All right, all in favor?
I,
Aye. Anyone opposed?
yeah, I just want to have Joe have his chance to look at them
Get
and do it now. So I just want you to have your chance to take a look at the minutes and,
Okay, I'll go with Paul if you want to. but-
and put it the way you want it.
Let's just. See, did you vote no?
No, I don't know, I just wanna hear him. As long as he gets to say it.
Okay. So then you voted yes to go back and.
Yeah, if you want, if everybody wants to, yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to the February 8th minutes.
The original or the other ones?
Okay, we're all looking at the revised ones, not the originals, correct?
Right,
Right, unapproved.
Right, I have suggestions on that for one minor change.
what line?
Line 269,
Gotcha.
I'd like to read, O.J. Robinson would like planning board to review the 2004 approvals and then add before any more accusations or demands for a new site plan review are made.
I'm sorry, what line is that?
269 on the revised one, not the original. Yeah,
Can you say that again? I got the first part.
okay. O.J. Robinson would like, and then add the planning
I
board.
got that.
Okay, then review the 2004 approvals before any accusations or demands for a new site plan review are made.
I don't see, I don't remember it that well. All I remember is you saying we should get all the information. But that's, I
And
guess
I
that's the same.
very specifically said that I think that those lines that some of the questions were inappropriate and that we really, as a board, first needed to look at what
Look at
the
the
approval
information.
said and see if there was anything that was out of line with what the approvals is before we demand a site plan review.
I'll second that.
Anything else?
Nope.
I have a couple of things.
That must be where the container was too, because
Yeah.
right on line 269, it says 268, 269, Mr. Bogosian has since removed the container. So that's where we were talking about the container. You want to look at that?
It's not in there what I wanted. Might not get picked up on the microphone. Sometimes we talk and it get picked up, and I just want to be sure.
So line 176.
176?
Yeah. And what they
Okay, hold on,
changes
hold
had
on.
of,
Okay,
should say changes they had observed personally over time. They isn't, should be after changes, not before.
okay, say that one more time. And what the changes, what changes they had observed? Is that-
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
They is in the wrong spot.
all right,
And 206, starting at 205. Selectman's representative O.J. Robinson said the board can go back and look at the minutes, you know, back and look at the minutes. That's all I had. Anyone else have anything else? Is there a motion to approve the minutes of February 8th, 2023 as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Hey,
carried.
with you. With proviso, I get changed by finding data correct.
Yeah, I mean, if you find something,
Okay,
I
just
mean,
wanna make sure.
we can take another look at it.
If you tell me they'll put a stop in it, it's gonna be disgusting, and I don't want that to happen here.
That's fine. New business. This subdivision 2023-01, map 118, lot 39, and map 118, lot 36, 37, and 38, subdivision application Fireside Condos 41. A subdivision. Notice is hereby given in accordance with RSA 676:4 that one application for subdivision will be submitted to the planning board during a regular meeting on Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023 at 6 p.m. Applicant Mark Bogosian, 367 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 03561. I think that's broad zip code. Agent / surveyor / engineer, Andrew J. Nato, LLS Horizons Engineer, Inc., 34 School Street, Littleton, New Hampshire, 03561. Agent Scott P. Misil, P.E. Longfellow Design Building, 367 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 02540. Property owners, Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon LLC, 2365 Rice Boulevard, Suite 201, Houston, Texas, 77005. Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 367 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 02540. Properties are all within South Peak Resort and in the general use GU district. Map 118, lot 39, South Peak Road, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 95.71 acres. Map 118, lot 36, Crooked Mountain Road, number 123, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon LLC, 0.40 acres. Map 118, lot 37, Crooked Mountain Road, 124, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon, 0.38 acres. Map 118, lot 38, Crooked Mountain Road, number 125, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 0.36 acres. Proposal, a total of one new lot will be created, which will include 41 proposed condominium units referred to as the Fireside condos. Improvements to this lot, extension of municipal water and sewer lines, and extension of utilities will be required for the development of residential condominium development, and will also require site plan review approval. Application for subdivision. Proposes merges 3 lots listed above into map 118 lot 39 and dividing a portion of map 118 lot 39 one lot subdivision. 3 existing lots merged into map 118 lot 39, map 118 lot 36, Crooked Mountain Road number 123, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon LLC, 0.4 acres, map 118 lot 37. Crooked Mountain Road number 124, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon, 0.38 acres. Map 118, lot 38, Crooked Mountain Road number 125, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 0.36 acres. One new lot created along Crooked Mountain Road to be as follows. Map 118, lot 39.19, 6.32 acres. SPR 2023-3, map 118, lots 39, and map 118 lots 36, 37, and 38, site plan review application, Fireside condos, 41 infrastructure. Site plan review. Notice is hereby given in accordance with RSA 674:4 and 676:7 that an application for site plan review approval for 2 access roads design, including grading, drainage, and utilities infrastructure for a 41 unit residential condominium development proposed above referred as the Fireside condos within the general GU district will be submitted to the planning board during a regular meeting Wednesday, March 8th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Applicant Mark Bogosian, 367 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. Agent / surveyor / engineer Andrew J. Less Horizons Engineering, 34 School Street, Littleton, New Hampshire, 03561. Agent Scott P. Mickle, PE Longfellow Design Build Inc., 367 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 02540. Property owners Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon LLC, 2365 Rice Boulevard, Suite 201, Houston, Texas, 77005. Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 367 Main Street, Falmouth, Mass. 02540. Properties all within South Peak Resort and in the general use GU district. Map 118 lot 36, Crooked Mountain Road number 122, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon LLC, 0.4 acres. Map 118 lot 37, Crooked Mountain Road lot number 122, owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon LLC, 0.38 acres. Map 118 lot 38, Crooked Mountain Road number 122, which should actually be
Yeah,
Crooked
that-
Mountain Road 123,
124, 125.
yeah. Just that over. Owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA FC Loon LLC, 0.36 acres. Map 118 lot 39, South Peak Road. Owned by Mark Bogosian, DBA South Peak LLC, 95.71 acres. Upon a finding by the board that application meets submission requirements of land use plan ordinance and subdivision regulations and site plan review regulations, board will vote to accept above applications as complete. And if board finds application to be complete, then a public hearing on the merits of the proposal will follow immediately. Should a decision not be reached at public hearing, this application will stay on planning board agenda until such time as it is either approved or disapproved. Okay. On up.
So again, John Warzoka at Horizons Engineering. To present this subdivision and site plan review. So I don't know what questions or where the board would like to start on this, whether you know.
Tell us what you want to accomplish.
Yeah, so basically what this entails, is as you read out, it's a condominium subdivision. That we're doing, that includes, 41 total condominium units in 19 buildings. On 2 short access roads to access them both off of Crooked Mountain Road. Of the 19 buildings, it's a mix. There's 5 triplex buildings, 12 duplexes and 2 singles. As part of this, all again accessed by 2 roads. Getting water and sewer service off of Crooked Mountain Road. We've reviewed the geometry for fire access and emergency vehicle turnaround. So again, fairly straightforward project. But I'd like to see what the board has for questions. State permit applications have been filed. There are no wetlands impacts as part of this. So we are just looking at an alteration of terrain permit. That application has been filed. And we'll be in a review with DES. And I believe water and sewer are in, and full design drawings are into the town's engineer as well for review. So that's kind of what we're hoping to accomplish here. And we're certainly willing to answer any questions the board has.
The test bits, test bit number 4 and test bit number Y assessment. Overall site plan review plan, what are those test bits for?
So those would be stormwater test bits for stormwater treatment and infiltration measures.
Okay.
So that's what those were for.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a comment. So when we asked for this, you also, at the last meeting, we brought this in for preliminary review. You said you were gonna have prepared a master plan. Do you have that? Where's the master plan at?
It's right here.
It's just a plan. Is there any written documentation goes with it? It's just a plan?
So the plan. Yeah, that's what we talked about producing.
Well, master plan is a written documentation as well as a plan, so you don't have anything.
No, as I recall, the board asked for a graphic to show what the development potential.
Well, it is a,
moving forward.
when you look at the master plan and the regulations and details what the master plan needs to have. And it's a written document as well as what those other.
So I'll point out there's a master plan in place that's approved currently
We,
that we're working under.
do you have that?
You have it. The town.
No, I don't. You gave us a plan that was a master plan. That was 2004, no, whatever it was, 4 or 6. But that was not complete and it was never signed. Town didn't have a signed copy of it.
No, I think that's as far as we have been proceeding. That previous master plan approval stands. And we had discussed several times with this board that we would provide updates as they became available. So at this point, we've provided, and what we had discussed with the board was as projects progress and as the master planning exercise, which are both moving forward simultaneously, we're doing individual projects as that get into final design and approval. And then the bigger picture master planning process is going on in parallel track to that. So both of those projects, both those tracks are moving forward. And what we talked about doing was, okay, the overall master plan approval has a vested approval number of units that are approved by the town to go on these parcels that are there as
Right.
part of the project, correct? So those have been approved. That
Number, the
that
1,000.
number has been approved.
Yeah.
That was the master plan approval. That number is the master plan approval that the project has been working under since the inception of the
That's the
project.
master plan approved number of units,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
But a
So-
master plan details more than just the approved number of units.
Well, what we're providing now is some detailed engineering drawings for this project. And then we have a graphic showing updates of kind of what we talked about as far as we can show at this point in time what's going to happen on the rest of the project. So this is what the current status of the planning has ready right now to present.
There is a very big difference between what the master plan is you presented. Or that you've been going under and what's actually over there today.
And what's the difference?
What's over there today? I mean, the units that are over there are different. There's those condos along the river where it came in and those were different. And the units that you're proposing are different. The green spaces are probably different, the extra lots you added along, I think along that river's edge when you found those pieces of property, those are different. Those could have cut in some green spaces. I mean, there's significant differences that have been added since then, and that you're proposing to add now. On the master plan. So.
Those are reflected.
In order to have a site, in order to have a planned phase development, you need two things, right? We said that. We said we need a developer agreement, which the town and the board of selectmen have. And we need a master plan and a completed master plan. We don't have a completed master plan because the one you submitted was not completed. And there was never, we couldn't find a sign on it, if I'm correct.
I mean, I respectfully disagree because
Well, you
the
can.
town has approved.
Show me it then.
Well, you have it in your records, that the town has a density that's approved. There's a
They have
number
the
of
density, but they don't have a master plan.
But then how did the town issue a master plan approval if they didn't have a master plan to approve? You have to have it.
We don't have a plan. Carol, the planning office does not have.
Well, that, I understood that the town may not be able to put their thumb on it, but the town issued a master plan approval for the number of units that are approved. That's an issued approval. We have that.
We need a copy of the
Yes,
master
sir.
plan.
Okay, we'll let Carol ask. Okay, point.
When Steve France was here. He said that we never got the final approved version. And when they went to record something, it says, you know, see attached. There's nothing attached that's recorded in the register of deeds, and it could be the register of deeds refused to include it in the recording. However, I asked for in 2013, starting in 2013, for a copy of the final master plan. And they were never ever able to give it. I have drafts. I have bits and pieces and drafts. I never got a final one. And we had lots of discussion with people in your office, who probably weren't there. But they
Well,
did not have.
I mean, I don't know what transpired 10 years ago. So, I mean,
Or-
memories, you know,
87654 years ago. I mean,
yes.
it's not just 10 years.
So I don't know what transpired back then, but, and typically, honestly, a master plan is a town agreement. This isn't something that would be recorded. And we have the attorney here for the project here tonight that can speak to that, but typically you wouldn't record a master plan approval. This is a local approval as part of that basically confirms compliance with the zoning ordinance, with the density agreement that's negotiated with the community based on something special related to the project. So I don't know where the board wants to go with this. Related to the master plan.
We want to table the master plan documents and see what I can get produced that we have.
Well, we had that one time. I mean, if you look back in the minutes, Mark, you said that you were gonna bring the master plan in. The master plan in now. If you have your engineer here, I would have thought he could have looked at the land use plan ordinance and the site plan review regulations and the subdivision regulations. And in it is a list of what's required for the master plan. There's requirements that are given. And it's also underneath the plan phase development, it tells you exactly what you got to have.
We understand that.
We're not coming in
But-
we weren't coming in for master plan approval tonight.
You're coming in for subdivision
Right, but what,
and then a site plan review after
Right.
that.
but what we listened to and what our understandings of the last meeting was to bring a plan that showed things. So we tried to get the most accurate plan that we have that has numerous things involved where things are going, like working with Loon, working through what's gonna happen, what's gonna change over the course of 10, 15 years. So we're trying to provide what you guys asked for. That's why I was here today.
Look, I think that's all well and fine, but when you submit a new master plan, there is written language that details every part of it, okay? And that's where I think you probably missed something, is that the written portion of the master plan is missing. That's a great drawing of what you're gonna do, plan of what you're gonna do, but to look at the whole thing, but when you look at a master plan, it details everything from traffic to drainage,
But that's
to
been
road width.
approved by the town already, and that's what the density that's approved. I mean, we all
The
recognize.
density, I'm not arguing with you about.
But that, the
I
density
will later
speaks to the
on.
water,
I mean,
it speaks to the sewer, it speaks to the traffic.
It does
speaks-
not speak to the traffic.
It
Joe.
absolutely does.
Well, good.
It absolutely.
Find it,
does.
bring, because the last one that I had, you guys brought, that Mark brought, was not complete. And it did not detail any parts of the traffic. As a matter of fact, I told you there were parts that were missing to it. And that the traffic part was not there. So that was one of the things, because we had people in here and we were talking, they were concerned about the traffic. And I said, look, that's not even in this master plan.
I'll be honest, I have significant concern here that is that the board's position, what I'm hearing is the board's position is that previous master plan approval does not stand. Because we have a density approval.
You have density, yeah. But you don't have a
So,
master.
so I guess I just don't understand what, if you have a density approval. That,
What's it based on?
Okay, so I can answer that. Your density. Can I just keep going here?
Keep going.
All right, so your density is approved off of the developer agreement and the basis of design. And the basis of design,
But doesn't the development agreement need a master plan in order to be a development agreement?
it does.
So that
Which
means
so
if
you
we have a
approve-
development agreement,
Yeah.
it must have been a master.
It keeps referring to them, but there's not one. And then what they're the. You gotta understand what I'm saying is that the old one doesn't reflect the changes that have been made.
there's no
And most
changes,
recent,
but
and that's why you need to update that. We should be able to ask you. What your plans are, like you're coming in tonight. And if you're gonna revise the master plan, it needs to be, take the revisions that have happened in the past, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 years. Those need to be a continuation of part of it. And there have people that have had concerns about traffic and stuff like that. Those should be addressed in that part.
So I think what the frustration here is that. This is a moving target. We have an approval. In place that has a certain number of units vested for the project. The town has approved that. Carol, that's correct, right?
1,018.
1,018 units overall for the project. The town at that time evaluated the traffic impacts, the water, the sewer. We have letters on that. That the infrastructure was in place to carry the 1,018 units, that the traffic impacts were acceptable for 1,018 units. So that's the approval that stands. Now, what we had discussed all along with the board is providing a tracking table to show how each time we come forward with a number of units that we're proposing, we have that's been prepared.
Where's that at?
We have that with us tonight. We have that tracking table. We have the tracking table.
Yes, but we also have, we have an agreement with the town signed as soon as, or as recent as last year.
The developer agreement.
But acknowledging the master plan and talking about details of it. So I'm just saying that
Okay, so the board of selectmen can't speak for the planning board.
I'm not, but I'm trying to explain what the
So
town.
if they said they had one, then maybe they need to produce it, because we can't, no one can seem to find,
So-
and without any absence of having one. You can sit there and say all you want. We can sit there and say all we want, but there's no. There's nothing, there's not a signed copy, there's not nothing. So a master plan, as far as I'm concerned, a true master plan, even though it says it on, it refers to it. If you don't have one. What are you gonna go by? You can sit there all you want.
So
say,
then
well,
how did the town issue the approval? How did the town approve the density if there wasn't something to approve?
I just told you, it was based off of the design. Basis of design and the original developer agreement. If you look at the original developer agreement, and I think the other one, I believe the 1,018 units was
So-
on there.
The challenge here is, so the master planning process is, there's ongoing process to update the master plan for the project.
Mhm.
But it's not there yet. There's nothing
As
ready
soon
to
as it's
share.
done, as soon as we have a master plan in the sense of exactly what we don't know exactly what we want to do. So it's not like we're producing, it's not like we're not producing information that we have. So we don't know what we're gonna do until we know exactly what Loon's gonna do, right? Like, there's so many players at stake, like, we're trying to look at all aspects of this. So it's not as if there's this document we're producing and we're like, we have it, we don't want. We're trying to take what we have to our understanding of what it is,
I'm listening.
continue to develop it with the spirit of the agreements that were put in place. Develop mapping as well as all the aspects that I think you're looking for, and as they become available, we'll be sure to make sure we share them with the town in the planning.
But in the meantime, we have these small projects that we'd like to do. And this is in the grand scheme of 1,018 units, we're proposing 41 units. So it's a very small project.
I understand, it, but
In
you're also
the scheme of
already
this-
built.
Of this, yes, and we've accounted for that.
And how many units have you built since you started? Since.
What we've done,
in the count.
so this, for this current
If it's
project,
fair, how-
this is the second subdivision that's been done, right? The first one, I believe, was 17 lots, and now we have 41 that are coming. So that's all that's been done currently under Mark's ownership.
And under our ownership, we've also done a tremendous amount of other aspects to move forward to clarify master planning, clarify responsibilities of water.
So,
You know, like,
Yeah.
there's numerous things that have come up that we're trying to get as quick as we can get there. And I can assure you, no one wants to move faster than I do
Oh, I'm
to
sure.
get this
and
accomplished.
And we're gonna reach an impasse here for how much we can do until there's water storage tank issues and other things that are gonna get in the way, but. You know, we can certainly have more communication as the master planning process matures on our end, but. In the meantime, we would like to not hold up these small projects that we're proposing to do that fit within the current approval. We know there's adequate water, we know there's adequate wastewater capacity, we know the traffic impacts have been assessed. So really, all that big picture stuff that goes with the project is not a concern when it comes to these small things right now. Now, we're not coming in with 500.
Well, you guys lost over some things there. I mean, you know, you're saying that all of these approvals, you know, I mean, and. The only thing that South Peak has is a developer agreement right now that says the towns agreed that they have enough water and sewer for the project. And for the 1,018 units. That's pretty much what it says. Doesn't say anything about traffic, doesn't say anything. And as a matter of fact, there were people that were at some of the meetings that you guys were both here at that addressed some concerns about traffic, the bridge, signage. You know, there was all sorts of, you know, there were people, you know, fire protection on Hemlock Drive. So there were people that came in and had some concerns. And
And
some
that's
of those,
why we're addressing those as we go, and that's where,
well, I don't know if you are, we'll talk about that too. But I mean, you know, so, look, we've had. Well, We-
Let Paul finish.
we've had,
let him finish,
Uh,
but I want to speak before we keep going in circles.
we're not going in circles. We've had not many, we've had several developers that have come in here. They've changed and sold. And there's been problems. We've had problems at Forest Ridge. We've had problems at the Landing. We've had problems at the Village of Loon. We've had problems over here in South Peak. Depending upon the variable amount of people who have purchased that property and the changes that they want. So what I'm saying is without a viable master plan, and the master plan doesn't have to detail every step of the way. There's parts that could just be, we will come back to you and we will update it later. But it has to give the parts you know you're moving to, and it has to allow for public comment, and it has to allow for them to be able to, the developer, whoever that developer is, to be able to take that and see if they can mitigate that or if they can address that. And that's what I'm saying, that because it's changed, we really we don't have a master plan and we don't have an updated one. And it changed to all these developers and now it's time to get one.
Would it make sense to have, we're not looking to go through and do a new master plan. We're looking to update the planning board on what are our intentions as a current owner. Would it make sense to get you a written document, if you will? Because I've already, that states, here's our intention. We're gonna work through this. This is our steps. This is what we think our 10 to 15-year plan is. This is the different areas, the different, you know, what we're doing. So that way, it's not like, I think we're getting caught up in meaning the development agreement, the master plan, everything's involved. If I were to say, as a current owner of this development, forgetting about past owners, these are what our intentions are, these are what our goals are, these are what our obstacles are. So everyone can understand, yep, they're gonna come to an agreement with Loon with a project and start designing it and then come to the planning board and, you know, coming so that way everyone understands what is.
A master plan can be updated as often as you see major changes coming along. And that's truly what it is. I mean, it is.
I guess I
But there's been a lot of changes, even just in I mean, there's been some changes with the infrastructure. I mean, the town. And you have come to an agreement with a tank. That tank is totally different than what was proposed. And the placement of it is different than what was proposed. So, I mean, when you look back at the original master plan. This whole development you're proposing now, there's 40 some odd units. That was not proposed to be duplexes, and when you take a look at the thing, it wasn't proposed to be that.
I guess,
So it changes some of the requirements, like green space, for example. It changes some of those requirements. What was the green space before, and what is it now?
Well,
It
we
didn't
get
have that level.
15,000 square feet
no,
per unit, so they can have them
yeah,
clustered, and further up, is where the green space is.
I think.
I understand, but that just needs to be identified.
But I
You
guess,
don't have
I guess, Paul, would it help? I'm trying to work as closely as possible to update the town, the planning board, and what we're doing. We don't always know exactly what we're doing because we're not in control of all those items. There's permitting agencies outside of the town that is going to dictate what we can and can't do in certain areas. Wetland studies that are going to dictate what we can and can't do in certain areas. Meaning, as we move forward, if I were to get something in writing, I mean, I tried to get something,
No, that's good.
but if we were to look to put something in writing, just say, here's an update, like, here's an update that we're working with the town to put the water tank, and it's no longer going to be proposed on our property, it's now going to be in Forest Services and it's in the town's hands. We're doing this, so instead of looking at it as it's however we want to look at it, it's an update to the master plan, so you understand that we want to continue to have a mixed use. Or
Yeah.
a variety of units, from 1 bedrooms to, 5 bedrooms. It's gonna not be all the same. We're gonna make sure that here's why we know we've, just a little bit of a rundown of what's going on. To give reference or,
See, I think it's not much.
Oh,
OJ's got
that's
some
what
stuff he
OJ's
wants to
answer.
say. Let him go.
I know you keep going back and forth.
Well, yeah, I know, that's why I asked, if anyone
Okay.
wants to chime in, go ahead, because I've
I
got.
think we're getting a little off track here. There is a master plan. There is a developer's agreement. You're correct in that we don't have a signed one. Okay, that's not their fault. That's not Carol's fault. That's somehow disappeared or didn't get done correctly in 2006 or 7, whenever it was done. We have drafts of the master plan, and maybe people need to sit down and just say, okay, this is the most recent one that we're going by. But even some of those last drafts weren't drastically different. And they did look at traffic, they did look at water, they did look at sewer, they did look at green space, they looked at all of those factors, okay? And the way I see it is that was a flexible plan. When you say they made changes to the master plan, they did. They made changes to a specific subdivision within the master plan that was targeted for single family homes, and they added 17 more lots of single family homes in that area that was made for single family homes. That's not a change in the master plan. That's a new subdivision. Granted, it's within the perimeter of an old subdivision, but it fits in with the master plan. The other thing with the master plan is it wasn't 1,018 random units. The master plan, I think actually was thinking it's the developer agreement. I might be getting them mixed up, but either way, those 1,018 units were pretty specified that the water and sewer allocation for those was based on X number of single family homes, X number of condominiums, X number of hotel rooms. A change in the master plan to me would be taking the 100-room hotel room and building 100 5-bedroom houses. That's a change in the master plan. Providing water to the subdivision in the master plan with a small tank here and replacing it with a bigger tank here is really not a change in the master plan. It's still doing what the purpose was. It's supplying adequate water pressure to this whole master planned area. I just don't understand the drive to go back and make them redo a master plan and then redo it and relook at traffic. They've already done the traffic and we approved it. They did the water and sewer and we approved it. All right, they did all of these things and we approve it. If they want to come back with these updates, I mean, I find this useful. But I don't see that as a huge change or really any change from what was the previous one. I think we're getting bogged down in mudland here. And we're gonna keep going. We don't have a signed master plan. We're not gonna make one up tonight. So we gotta just stop, or we're gonna move forward and say, this fits in with what has been a mutual understanding of the master plan for the last 10 years. It's in line with it. There's no, we're not getting rid of 100 hotel rooms to build 100 5-bedroom houses, but just doing what the master plan said. You think we should start looking at subdivision in the site plan review, move on.
Well, I think there's been, some changes, because they built more single-family homes. Places where it's supposed to be condos, I mean, maybe not you guys, but previous developer.
And the
I
town,
mean, the original master plan said these gonna be condos, these gonna be single-family homes,
right,
these are gonna be hotel.
I guess the point made was.
I guess the question is
Yeah, well,
to
that's-
somehow update that original plan and say, well, they were supposed to be condos here. Now they're single-family homes.
But if we ask, I guess, if we're talking about here and like there, we're talking more mapping and we're trying to produce that mapping, so high density, low density.
I mean, it's just a start, but it's vague, high density
But it's,
development.
but we don't know exactly where it is yet, right? Like,
And
we genuinely don't know, right?
You must have an idea, well, maybe it would be a hotel at some point up here.
And I think that what we could do is. We need to, I don't wanna. Say there's no master plan, there's no, like, we don't wanna go back to, let's start fresh and decide what is the best. We've been operating under. The master plan. This has been being permitted under the master plan or the development agreement, however we wanna look at it.
Developer agreement mostly.
But what is the process if we wanna. Like amend it? If we were to say, we don't wanna hold this up, right? We don't wanna keep holding smaller projects. But if we were to start to say, we know that we gotta continue to work with Loon, we've gotta continue to keep things moving. As we have clarity, we wanna keep coming back every year and give you an update of what we think. The market's changed. We can't be built, we told you we were building these, none of them sold. We now need to go back to this, what is the process in which we update that plan? That it's not just a one-time update, because this is gonna be a 15-year project. So it's, how do we make that happen throughout it?
I mean, say, once you know your intentions have changed, come in and update it.
But I guess what I'm getting at is if we do that, it can't be a whole formal typical process. There's gotta be a,
I mean, the 10,018 units will never change.
right, but now understanding that, right? So if we were to say, I'm using this as an example. If we get this approved, we work through it, and then we find out, because we can't go and test the market and do anything from a sale perspective until we have that approval with the board. After, let's just hypothetically say we fast forward, that gets approved. We then come back in and say, wow, they're not selling, our concept wasn't good. We gotta go back to some single family houses here, whatever, I'm just
I mean,
giving,
that's been done already.
right, so as we're back and forth. What would be the process to update the development agreement master plan without saying, now let's go start, we're changing this from single family to this. We can't go back to the very beginning and say, now let's start doing a traffic study for the whole thing, let's do this for the whole thing. If there's minor changes to the master plan, what would be the best avenue to make those happen?
That should, you just had. He just had the major word, which is minor changes, okay? So even in, I'm sorry, go ahead question, and I can go, yeah, sorry. Joe.
First of all, a master plan is not set in stone, it's a living agreement between the town and the developer.
Right,
It changes and evolves. This is actually a plan you use at phase development. So when you have a master plan, each phase can come in on its own merits, aside from the whole plan.
right.
As long as you get the requirements, basic requirements in. This in itself is a single phase.
Mhm.
Not the whole plan.
Right.
Still has to have some data on it, but the thing is, the plan unit residential development. Whether it's commercial or residential, it's still a phase. When they came in, I was on the board when we approved this, there was a master plan signed. Like I said, I don't know what happened to it, I don't know where it disappeared to. I don't know whether Devon and Havel disappeared to. But there's been a lot of stuff going on in town hall, moving offices and down below and up here and all over the place, files. But the thing is, you think about it. This one here probably should be worked on its own, and we can work on updating the master plan as we get time to upgrade it, we can present it. And get a signed copy sent to Havel, so they can report it properly. Even a copy of one of the old master plans and updating it, and the town go over it with you. And not, you can't do it tonight, but I'm just saying, over a period of time, there'll be other phases coming in on this project.
And I agree, and what I'm looking for is that avenue, right? So let's say we took a draft. So here's what we want to alter from this draft, minor alterations, not, we want to change the unit count, we want to change the spirit of what this is, right? We don't know where exactly all the single family lots are, we don't know exactly, but we know high density is gonna be when you come over the bridge, that, you know, that's gonna be, you're not gonna put all single family lots there and the bigger buildings on the, are, you know, Looker's right or of the property. What we are trying to figure out is what avenue, what could we do to take, let's take the most recent draft that we all are aware of. I'm using that as an example. And say, here's another amendment to it that now is signed by the planning board and our development to acknowledge where we are at today. As we make different findings, that we say this product needs to change from single family to higher density, instead of putting 20 units here, we decided we want to put 40, but we're gonna do nothing over with this section. We come in, we write it down, gets amended, and then add it to the file. Is that what we're all trying to get to?
Oh, go ahead.
One of the things our town engineer, Ray Corber, wrote was some possible first pass questions was, how does this proposal differ from what was contemplated under the 2006 master plan? Address changes to density, open space, abutter impacts, ownership, management, infrastructure, neighborhood character, traffic, etc. But I think that can be addressed by taking the copy of the master plan that you have, okay? And it's not complete. There's some sections missing, like on traffic and stuff like that, that there have been some concerns. And just take and just take a look at that and use that for your template, if you will, and add what you think you know right now and what you're in here for right now. And, you know, say that in there, it lists the overall density. And that would probably suffice. And what that does, it gives any abutters, and that's what I'm here for. That's what I think my job is to make sure that you as a developer are making the abutters, the general public and the planning board, aware as much as possible what your intentions are and how it's going to affect them, any of the butters, okay? And that's a big thing of the master plan. It also helps the town plan for water, sewer, all the rest of that kind of stuff too, you know. So to me, I don't see it as a real big deal. But I think it needs to be done prior to the approval so that everybody has.
So what I would ask is that if we need to look at the amount of factors that are going into it, and I think what we should be looking at here is a staged approach to this. And the reason why I say that is we're in the process of right now hire Oil Tanner. You know, to go through, Brian could give a better update, or Scott could give a better update on what's going on with the bridge. We're going through doing wetland studies. We're doing all the things. We have different studies that are they're seasonal, meaning we see it with the Forest Services of how long it takes to get things. All the things that
Don't use that.
But as we're moving forward, we don't know if we had an update that said the bridge is gonna be done this way, this way, this way, we would be thrilled to share that. What we can do is say, we've made continual progress. We're pushing to, no, this is what we think this is happening. And I think a document, like you're saying, is fine. And as far as what the use of this property is going to be, the development agreement, and as we restated in it as recent as last year, was there's going to be 1,018 units. There's going to be retail. There's going to be food services. There's going to be skier services. This is what we're doing, right? So we're not looking to come back and say, we'd like to change the overall concept. We want to take exactly what the development, I'll use the word development agreements, was saying, and we want to continue along that path.
The developers agreement, the basis of design, all that stuff can be included in your master plan. It can deal with the open space. It actually has components to it of a master plan, the base map and everything you got, which is right here. It has road plans, which is kind of sort of right here, but the road plans can be cross-sectional and stuff. The open space that you have, that you're planning on leaving for open space for what you've already built, not what you've already built, what's been built.
So, but I think that
the infrastructure plan, a hydrological plan, I mean, These are requirements, stormwater
Yeah,
management plan
Yeah.
and a developer agreement. That's
Paul,
all.
I do have a question for you. When this master plan approval, and I guess for the rest of the board. When this master plan approval was granted originally, was the ordinance different at that point in time, or is it the same today?
Because
Well, I don't know that it's changed much. I couldn't answer that whole thing. I've been here the whole time.
I think it's substantially similar.
Okay,
But I
so,
guess the question
But I
is,
mean, you know,
if we're coming in for a new master plan, which we are looking to do on other properties that are not South Peak. Meaning, we're putting together everything you were just reading out there. One of the things that I wanted to do early on in this process was confirm that the master plan was active and there was no issues and we had that. So early on in the process, before we dove into all this money of doing all the design work, engineering, whatnot, I wanted to make sure I had a document that was signed by us in the town that solidified that we were operating under a master plan. That we were operating under a development agreement. That's why we had that signed by the town and that's what was done. Now, I understand it's a different board that signed it. But at that point in time, we're operating underneath this, meaning we're not looking to change it.
I'll see the most of them.
And we, you know, in all honesty. This planning board since I've been here just recently, that has approved some site plan changes, which are those lots along the river.
Yeah.
The 4 or 5 on the uphill side of Fireside, Fireside, there, whatever they call it. So we have made some changes that are also not within the master plan, but some of those changes, I have to question whether or not they were in some of the previously approved green space, for example.
so,
You
again,
know, so I mean, you don't know that because you don't have. Open space is supposed to be delineated and,
So you get that based off the
Sure.
unit count. So
yeah,
that's how we came to the numbers. So the 1,018 is based off of the acreage we have. So what we're pointing out, the cluster subdivision, we're meeting that requirement. So it's not like if we were to come in and changing the unit count, then I understand how we'd have to talk about open space, traffic, those items. But if we're not changing the unit count, we're hitting that threshold.
I mean, it's clear that if we were coming in, like Mark mentioned, on another parcel, we're talking about coming in for a master plan approval. It's very clear the criteria that are outlined in the ordinance for what we need to provide to seek a master plan approval on that project. It's very clear. However, in this case, there is an approval that stands. This approval is in place. And, you know, when you talk, I think, Paul, the challenge here is your vision of what a master plan is. And my vision, our vision of what a master plan is, I think there's an elevation difference here. So when I think of master plan, I'm at 100,000 feet, right? We got a density, we know we need this many acres of open space, we've got sewer capacity, we got water capacity. We know it's mixed use, it's gonna have different things, and here's generally the areas, the density. That's my thinking of a master plan approval. It doesn't have the level of detail. You're at 30,000 feet. You want to see where are these buildings going? Where are the roads going? Where's the open space specifically going to be dedicated? And the approval that stands today doesn't ask for that. The approval that stands today says that 1,018 units is approved. Here's where you are. So what now we're talking about is kind of backpedaling on what the existing approval that stands. And we're providing you with the highest level of detail that's required for these small projects that's come in. And when we get something bigger, we're going to give you a 30,000 foot level view with that. It's going to be a preliminary consultation on it. We'll show you how the open space works and show you all that. But we're not there yet. We're not ready to do that yet. And our argument today is, well, this is small potatoes in this project. And yes, our argument is it within the 100,000 foot view of the master plan fits exactly what was approved. That's our position today.
I'm not saying it doesn't fit. What I'm saying is, it's not identified in the master plan. And as part of a plan-based development, it has to be identified in a master plan. We don't have a master plan, and there's been so many other developers that have come through there, you know, things have changed, and just like a CIP or any other document that's kind of moving, which this thing does, as you change, like you said, and as the sales change, you kind of need to reflect that so that abutters and other
Where
interested
would be
parties,
the- what would be the
other
mechanism-
interested
what would be
parties.
the mechanism to make minor changes? So my question is.
What's a minor change? What do you consider a minor change?
Moving. Anything from moving a single, like. This building higher density to medium density, not changing unit counts, but. Deciding where the building is, whether it's deciding where that open space is, went from over here to over there, like, we don't have a reference point, right? So I'm not proposing coming back and saying, let's start fresh, right? But if we want to make minor changes to give you a snapshot of where we're at, and every year or so give you that. So that way, we're not planning on going anywhere. We want to be working with the town on a very high level for the long term. How do we, not just with this project, but with all the other projects that I have coming down the pipeline? What is the mechanism in which if I want to modify something, if I want to meet and talk to the town about, hey, let's talk about, I've got this master plan on another project I'm looking at, or I'm looking at buying another project that has a master plan. And I said, I want to make a minor modification. I want to get the town's opinion on it. What is that process? And is it coming to the planning board? Is it going to the selectmen? How does that look like?
I think personally that the questions that should be asked are like what the engineer said. How does it affect the master plan? Does it affect it a lot? Does it
But if we
affect
said-
open spaces? Does
But
it
again,
affect?
on the elevation comment, on the 100,000 foot level, it does.
But this doesn't affect any of it.
Doesn't
If you
affect
take-
any of it.
If you take this 41 units, the point of when he said this is small potatoes. If you ask, how does it affect the master plan, traffic, everything he mentioned, we'd say, doesn't affect it. Check the box, and then we can dive into this project.
Okay,
I think there's a separate conversation that we need to continue about the master plan, but I don't think this project is what really is.
So.
So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. So under the basis of design, there are 3 descriptions of units. You have a condo hotel units, you have multifamily units, and you have single family. Okay. So the number of bedrooms changes from condo hotel unit to 1.75, and this is where all the water calculations were based from. The multifamily of 2 bedrooms per unit to a single family home of 4. So now, when I take a look at your proposal, you have the multifamily units and they have more than 2 bedrooms. That's different from what the basis of design is.
That's.
Okay, the duplexes weren't even included in this basis of design. So there are some differences, and those differences equate to calculations and uses for water, sewer, roads,
And that's the purpose of our updating, that's a purpose of our.
and that's what I'm
And
saying.
I guess my question is how would we take that minor modification of saying, hey, instead of a single family house, we want to make a duplex? You're using that as an example. Or instead of a multifamily, we want to spread out a 40-unit building with this, if we were to do that, what is the mechanism in which we're gonna operate under the existing master plan?
I think what you do is you include the basis of design as part of your master plan. You update the basis of design, you update your water infrastructure. Part of your master plan, which includes the tank that's gonna be put in that's bigger, that's going to allow for. More water usage and sewer and stuff like that.
If I
So
may
think
make a
in your
suggestion.
master plan, you do that. And it shows that.
And then you'll cover it.
Yeah.
We're all covered.
So-
And it's on the calculations. I
If
guess
I
what
may
they're
make a
saying is-
suggestion.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Question here.
That was an original master plan was Syntax. It goes way back. Where they sold out, took the money and ran. Told this money for a whole bunch, and then they kept their money, put it in the bank and let it double.
But not the only ones.
I lost a lot, but they would never develop in town myself. Everybody had to work, but they work in town. But this is a plant phase unit. You can't compensate. You want to this phase, you gotta take this phase on the merits. Decide on it. Can't decide on a whole master plan what's gonna be each year,
I'm not saying
you were ready to, I know. It's about as bad as I am. I don't know if it's good or bad, but
Go.
anyway. Anyway, what happens is. When you start going to an area, you find wetlands and what they before, that can be changed over wetlands, you find. Running drainage, springs on the ground, and what there you can find, no matter how much you boring to did and everything else, you find ledge. This is an evolving site, a living plan. Been going on since Syntax came in, all the way up through the present day. The 4 different ownerships. or somewhere around there. But the master plan goes with the property, not with the owners. But this separate item to be taken on itself. And when you have, and you're still gonna put those hotels in, it's for some time, probably,
Yeah, well, that's,
no, just,
yes.
okay, that's your, so, all the answer about the bedrooms to the hotel being put into a. This answers part of your question, by the way, Paul. This thing put the hotels in, those rooms allocated to the hotel, it's still there. And everything, they haven't changed over to single family homes or bedrooms.
Can I ask, I guess, to support what you're saying here is that I think there is a definite conversation about the master plan. We tried to bring that in based off what was asked.
Good start.
What I would ask for is what mechanism, because I don't wanna, if I came in for one lot subdivision right now. And all of a sudden, is everything gonna trigger, hey, master plan talk, right? Like, we haven't got into the merits of this project. And I wanna continue to be able to move forward with our planning in the viability of this project by doing small little bites as we're planning the big picture. That big picture has so many variables that are out of our control. So how do we, what is, like, when you make a modification to a master plan, who do you talk to?
Again, I think it's
Planning
really,
issue.
So you talk to planning. So I have a
I mean, I
suggestion.
think,
Yeah.
I think we're looking more so for an update on what's.
Yes.
right, we
Yes.
can,
What's
Thank
been
you.
built,
So-
what are you planning to build?
Yeah, so
we didn't have our master plan on the last one.
Once here.
Yeah, so let me make a suggestion. So I have another project that I've been working on for another master plan approval that master plan was approved in 2008. So similar vintage, similar scale project. So it's 890 units in that case. Community is smaller than Lincoln. So it's a small town and they had a master plan approval. Their project has changed substantially. So it originally included an 18-hole golf course and a bunch of other stuff. It's changed a lot. And the way that we've handled that one has been through an amendment that what we have done is, as the plans change, the big high level plans, like now we're no longer going to do the golf course. We're changing the overall approach to wetlands mitigation. There's a bunch of stuff there. And what we did in that case was we submitted an amendment. So basically to attach to the original documentation that said, look, here's where the changes are. Here's how it progresses. So it's not a new master plan. It's an amendment to it keeps all the same stuff that's agreed on, the same density, same all that other stuff. And it just laments to the changes that have occurred, the significant changes, not like the little stuff. But just like, so that's what I think.
I mean, I don't think we're looking to revote on the
Yeah.
master plan.
No, and it gets
I mean,
revoted.
I'm just saying, just.
Let's talk about it once again, so go ahead.
Sorry. I think that's great. I think if you took it as a dated item and say, as a, it could be another dated item, try and find the original or as much of it as you can that details that meets the requirements of what is supposed to be met with it, and then add an amendment to it that with the changes. Like, you talked about the 9,000 foot, well, 9,000 foot, there was supposed to be an outdoor hotel with outdoor swimming and ice skating rink and everything over in that parking lot over there, big, huge one. That's gone away. So, I mean, but what you're saying makes sense. And I think it truly speaks to what Ray was saying, is how it differs from what was contemplated. And the small changes, if there was a traffic.
Paul, I think we're on the same
water,
page.
The tank, the water
Yeah.
tank, or any.
We can
the
give all the
roads.
updates,
I
and then we
think-
can give the updates and come back in, as long as,
What
what
I
I
don't
don't,
do it, like I said, those other two projects you brought in, the small changes in, along the roadway by the river and those 4 or 5 lots,
but.
that didn't require a change in the master plan.
Well, we don't
didn't make
believe this
you
one
come in
does
for a
either, but
change in the
okay.
master- we didn't Ask you.
We don't believe this one does either, but so Paul, what we can
That's
provide,
different
what we can
between them, but-
provide you,
You're there.
yeah, that's okay. What we can provide you is we can provide you with all the details of like how it complies with the master plan and what's being changed. But what we prefer not to do is we don't really want to open up discussion on the stuff that we're not changing. So we're not changing the traffic overall. We're not changing the water. We're not changing the sewer allocation. We're not changing the open space allocation. All that stuff, unit count, none of that's changing. That's all stands.
I think that if
Yeah,
for
but,
now,
yeah, I don't think anyone's looking to reinvent the wheel here,
Right.
but I think we would like to keep track of the inventory.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're doing that. You guys asked for that. We're doing that.
We need that inventory track, and we do need, according to the the regulations, we need the open space identified. And I think it's supposed to be, what do you call that, when you survey, and it's supposed to say that this is our open space to meet the requirement, what you have right now.
That wasn't required in the approval.
I mean, they get 15, they're basically 15,000 square feet.
Yeah,
per
so all you
unit
gotta do-
allocated.
right.
Do you
I mean, if
feel
some of
that this is,
We're all talking. about-
Yeah,
If
sorry.
some of the lots are 8,000 square feet, like 5 along the river, that counts as, you know, a unit. So some units, lots will be bigger than.
Right.
Sir, go ahead.
We've examined this master plan history pretty extensively with Mark at the beginning of the project, and
Yeah.
I was there in 2007, Joe was there, John was there. We don't have perfect memories. Joe
Right.
just stated that the town did sign a master plan. We just don't know where it is.
Right.
I've examined our chronological records starting around 2005, the Centex period. And we have these records. I had the actual records of the day that the documents were submitted to the town. And you know, what I don't have is I don't have an acknowledgement from the town with the signatures saying this is the master plan. But we do have these records.
I mean, I remember
And
master
then
plan.
we've
coming
been
in.
working off that master plan since 2006. Now, regarding the open space, the master plan does not specifically describe where and how much open space there's going to be. It's not, I think what Paul's saying is we should be delineating, surveying open space. That was not the intent of the master.
Also, we have every lot, like a single family lot, we have do not disturb areas. There's 30 feet in between the houses that has to be natural, like it can't be. It cannot be just cut and cleared and be grass with a fence, it has to be natural, so we're making sure that we're making.
These are your association documents that specify that's what you're saying.
So we're doing things as an association to continue that.
In the subdivision regulations, 5.05 says open space. Land use plan ordinance, town of Lincoln areas of open space shall have sufficient legal restrictions recorded in the town's land records to assure permanence use as open space.
that may be now, but that wasn't when the approval was granted.
I don't think that's changed.
OJ,
Again, that's subdivision regulations, not master plan.
But we're here for subdivision.
We're here for subdivision, but we've been talking about the master plan now for over an hour, okay? Can I just make a recommendation? Can you bring in what you think, since you worked on this, can you bring in what you think is the most recent, up to date, or not up to date, but most recent master plan that you think the town approved?
Yes.
Can Carol and Jim and Joe, who, I know you weren't here, but you're the planner, but were you guys both here for the?
Yeah.
Can they look at it and review it and see if there's anything that you think is like, whoa, we didn't approve this? And then we need a document that, you know, if we had a master plan that was signed, we'd be at 6 o'clock right now, okay?
I'm not worried about, if you're worried about time, why don't you go home now?
I'm not worried about time.
All right.
I'm worried about the effectiveness of this discussion. We're talking about a document that, you know, we've obviously seen the planning board obviously approved because they signed a approval for it. We just don't have which form of document they signed. Now,
And we've asked for that.
That Rob,
oh,
If I can chime in,
Derek Blick,
counsel.
hold on, let him speak for a minute. Go ahead.
My name is Derek Blick, I'm counsel for the applicant. Just so you guys know, we have in fact provided to Carol and the town after a prior meeting with the exact master plan as we believe to be. I could find that email again and re-forward it, but it was months ago, 9 months ago. when we were here.
I don't think
It was a
Carol's
small
agreeing with you.
portion of what I was expecting, Jim.
What I can tell you is I provided you with what we have, which we understood to be the approved.
And that's what
That's
that's
good.
why I was saying that I think if you took that, and I agree with OJ here, whatever you have. Should go between this board, and I don't think it should just be the three of you, I think it should be the board.
Then can I?
And I think it should be you taking a look at it and doing the amendment that you were talking about, so that we can get something that's up to date. And everybody knows. Good contracts make good friends, good agreements make good friends, put things in writing that says, this is what we're gonna do. That we know of as this date, and this is where our amendments are as of today, this is what we're proposing.
So
Then I think we move on,
So can
you
we,
know?
can we set,
I mean, I think the original document, just present that and then update it,
let's make sure that, let's get that scheduled and we can be happy to do that.
That's.
We'll take a stab at it. Yep, I think.
Do you
we can-
have-
You know what I mean? I think we,
Hold on, well,
we're
once.
there.
Do you have board meeting minutes from that time?
Possibly, I don't know for sure.
Why don't we just have the meeting? Let's get everyone together. Why don't, I can have our office try to reach out to Carol and try to set up a time. We can all get together, share notes, look at it, and then work on an amendment. I'm happy to do that. We're not going anywhere, and this is gonna have to happen. We're gonna have to have more amendments in the future. So let's get it started.
Yep.
We're trying to do what we can. A lot of it can just be simple terminology, and that at least we're all on the same page. Here's what we think it was, here's our intentions. This is why we feel like this is minor, meaning whatever it may be, let's make an amendments, continue moving forward.
And I think you can, I think you could, while you're doing that, you can amend things like the water tank. You can amend things like the basis of design based on the water tank. So you can use those as amendments to some of the challenges, some of the changes. You know, like why you're doing more bedrooms in a triplex or a multi-unit development, you know? Or why you want to do more bedrooms in a house, if you want to do that. But I think you can use that to show that. It's been so long since it's been updated or looked at. I think this is gonna give you a benefit to be able to do that. I really do. I think it lays the groundwork. And those minor changes that aren't gonna affect the master plan. A small 3 or 4 lot, 5 lot, 6 lot, or a couple of houses here or there, when you come back in and say, hey, look, it's not on the plan, but we'd like to do this.
We rehash this stuff right now. Let's go over and get something done.
So
I think we know what we need
You
to do.
repeat yourself on it.
Yep, I think we got some direction. I think we know what we need to do. So, okay.
So, Steve,
For me, just listening, what you were mentioning about that other development, updates. Updates, we heard that 1,000 times tonight, but amendments, updates, that's what I wanted to hear.
We can easily do that. And again, and we understand that's necessary. I guess where the debate is occurring is that we didn't feel this rose to the level.
And I also thought this was somewhat of an update. As soon as we know what we're doing, we're coming for
It
it,
should
right?
be documented though, right?
Right, so we're doing that, like, we're gonna keep doing that. That's why we're helping track numbers, and that's why we're tracking what we're doing. So let's just table that and.
So, yeah, so we have some work, we have some stuff to work on for that. Is there any, can we maybe talk about the actual project? Is there any thoughts on how we should?
Well, it's a subdivision project with site plan, right?
so let's keep moving. Yep,
Concentrate on what you can.
all right. What's that?
But there's one other thing you gotta figure. We can do a master plan. Even development. How much of this is gonna be bonded? Because remember what happened over in Mountain Lake?
Yeah, Town Able had to eat it.
No, what the neighbor? The Swiftwater.
Well, let's,
Swiftwater had. The developer pulled out, left the town holding the bag. The town of Swiftwater, they put water and sewer. For the Mount Top estate, and people in town didn't have it. People in town had to pay for water and sewer for the new development, they didn't have it themselves. We just gotta be careful when any, not just you per se. Any developer, be careful doing this, as if the town would be held harmless and every responsible, if it's good, done by. And the state says either we may or shall require a bond.
It's one of the.
let's go ahead.
One of the things under the subdivision requirements is the responsibility for maintenance, operation, and replacement. Protection of the water, sewer, roads, all of that. We had some letters submitted to us. About what that might be. And underneath the subdivision
Okay, well,
requirements.
we're not in public comment yet, so we'll get.
Well, no, I understand it, but underneath the subdivision requirements, it calls for that to be spelled out. I don't know if that can be spelled out or is spelled out in the master plan, but that would be I would think a great place to put that.
We should do it when.
Where the responsibility lies,
I mean-
or it should be a note on the plan. That says where the responsibility lies for that. And that's also in the subdivision regulations.
I think that the subdivision,
Once you turn over the development to the condo association, you're gonna turn over. the
correct. So what's gonna happen is this condo association is gonna be very similar to Riverside
Is it its own HOA?
Own Association.
So does that mean it's responsible for its own roads, its own water, its own sewer, its own replacement of that and the Stormwater management portion of it as well, because we just went through, a deal over here.
Correct, that is correct.
So the homeowner association for the fireside, sorry, what you call it? Fireside terrace, whatever. They're gonna be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of that system.
Yes, the stormwater, the road, yeah.
It will not be a PORS, will not be a privately operated water redistribution system, because there's no pumps or
No.
nothing like that going through there,
There's no
right?
master, it's not a master metered development, no, it's tied into the water main.
So there were some, like I said, there were some letters, but I think somewhere either on the plan, because the subdivision requirements call for it, that there should be a note that says that. That way there, the plan gets recorded, and on there is a note that says that the responsibility for it goes with the HOA.
Go ahead, Joe.
To answer Paul's question, on the original master plan, there were addendums attached to the plan. They're asking for for pumps for water, and each house would have their own holding tank. The new tank coming in, and the houses, they're being built now below that level. New tank coming in, they won't have a need for that, so that can change also. They will put the pumps and the holding tanks.
Are the roads 50 feet wide?
Carol,
I don't think DES allows that. I'm pretty sure.
They do not allow individual booster pumps for each.
No, they don't.
Homes, no, they don't.
They're supposed to be.
The average tank is 950, right? Oh, Dave's house is 925. You know that? Mine's 875.
There's also supposed to be underneath the subdivision regulations, a certification of approval. Of the subdivision by the state of New Hampshire Water Supply and Pollution Control Commission. And that's supposed to be put on the plan as well.
Yeah, that's usually a condition of the approval, and then when we get our approvals, because we're not supposed to submit sewer to the state until we get town approval on the sewer design. So, and Ray has water and sewer designs for this. So we obviously, we need, before sewer can be constructed, we need state approval, same with water.
so Ray hasn't had a chance to review.
Yeah, Ray, I'm sure he hasn't had a chance, but he has those plans. So that's going through the process, and that usually is a condition, because obviously we won't have state approval before we're hoping to get town approval for this, so.
Those kind of notes. Have you looked at the subdivision regulations just to see what kind of notes are supposed to be put on the plan and what was supposed to be done with regards to
Well,
that?
we
Because
do know, yeah, certainly we looked at the subdivision regulations, but often the way that it's been happening is. Ray provides comments, including what he wants to see for notes on the plans. That's usually the way, and we're presuming that as the town's engineer, he's providing us with what we need to do to comply with the requirements.
I think you should be, the onus is also on you to take a look at it. Make sure that A, he's not requiring more, and B, that you're requiring what you.
Well, he often is
That's
requiring more, but that's okay.
But that's what,
You know,
that's your responsibility. You're the subdivider and it's
Well,
up to make sure that you meet
yeah,
the requirement.
yeah. I mean, all these things need to be done, but I don't know, again, some things maybe are noted on the plans and some things aren't necessary to note on the plans. So,
Well, the ones I just talked to you about are in our regulations and they probably should be, especially the maintenance and operations portion of it, I think should be.
Well, based off public comment, I think us having a clear directions, and there can be certainty that they understand that this is not gonna negatively affect the cost of this, doesn't affect them. We're happy to add that to the.
Well, it probably should be in their deed, I would imagine too, that if they have a deed, that could probably in there too, as part of the road maintenance and stuff like that. Usually it has something on your. Bunch on your deed that says that. If it's just HOA, they may have something like that on there, but it should be on the plan. That way there, the town doesn't always have copies of the deed, but they would have a copy of the plan. So I looked through it, didn't see any of that tonight, but I just received these on card. I didn't actually say, I just received a big copy. I couldn't really read the small copy.
Paul, do you have anything else at the moment?
I just want to check my notes here. Joe mentioned bonding.
I don't know if they have bonding or not, I'm just trying to keep the town safe and nothing happening like did in Mountain Lake and Good one.
One of the suggestions I would have on that is that no units could be sold until that entire.
The units were sold, it was sold outright. And the developer was still going, he pulled under, town had to replace all the water and sewer. There's a separate source system for each house, water system for each house, the town's expense, they went to court over it. That's why the law came about, town shall or may require bonding for any development.
The other question I have on,
He was addressing that
Yeah.
concern.
it was gonna-
right, they're gonna address it.
Let him finish.
Okay, good.
The other thing I think that,
Wait, can he finish?
go ahead, I thought he was done, I'm sorry.
What we propose is that we're gonna put in the street and get it all the way down to the point where when we're not selling, so even if we only build, call it, 6 units on one of the roads, because we have the 2. We're gonna finish that street to its entirety, so that way, there's no questions and there's no concerns over whether it's getting accomplished for their soul.
I truly think that, and I don't know who controls the basis of design. That was submitted, I think, as part of the developer agreement. So I think that the basis of design should be revisited between the board and South Peak so that you have an updated basis of design, because there is a lot that's based on that. From water usage and sewer usage and bedrooms. And I think it should really reflect what truly you want. And this plan doesn't meet what the basis of design is, and if the basis of design is part of the developer's agreement, then it's not fitting in. So I think when you're looking at, well, I'll go back to master plan, but the master plan and its revisions, I think you probably should look at that too and
Well,
say,
yeah.
seriously, because what happens is we all get. When I do my homes, I go and look back at the documentation that was approved and stuff and say, look, this is what was approved and it was gonna be done. Was supposed to be done, and when I see a plan that's submitted that's different. Than the basis of design, which is part of the developer agreement, I go, well, send up a red flag and you go, how come? If there's more bedrooms, which means more water, which means more sewer, which means more.
Well,
So
I
you
mean,
start- You know what I mean?
The bedroom count of this development is certainly within the bedroom count of the basis of design report. The elevations are certainly within the complying with the basis of design report. Pipe sizing is complying with basis design report. The flows are all complying. So it does comply. Now, I understand, again, we're back to the master plan discussion again, I think, is what we're talking about.
But
But
we're talking about the developer agreement now, I think.
yeah, so I think we've settled on what we're doing for the master.
Master plan, we're all gonna get
Yeah,
together.
we know we're gonna do. So, yeah, I think on the actual subdivision plan, though, hear Joe's concern about. The bonding issue.
Does
and
that sound like a solution?
Yeah, so I think what Mark is suggesting is that, look, each road. It has to be completely built, water in, sewer in, drainage in, everything is constructed. Before, he's doing his units, essentially.
I don't like that either. I think that ties your hands. So I mean,
Well, I mean, you won't get his land use permit until that's done.
Right.
Not even land use permits, I'd say occupancy. Well, when we're saying is we're not gonna, it's not fair to sell, like, when we sell units, we don't wanna have a situation where we sold, call it 10 units and then changed it. For everyone else, right? That they're buying under the pretense of what's happening here.
you can't change them.
Right.
Unless you get approval.
Right. Well, let him finish,
Sorry, can't change them.
right? You'd have to come back. Right, if what we're looking at is if we're building, knowing nothing can be sold. Meaning nothing can be, like, when we're doing it at our risk. Nothing can be sold until that street is in and finished. So it just seems like it does put the burden on us. But we don't want to it's to keep the amount of street we're talking about is so minimal to come up with a fair bond number. We just think it makes more sense just to finish that section.
Yeah, and I know what Joe's talking about, Mountain Lakes. I know all about that project.
Oh.
What a mess.
Friends of mine own houses.
Oh,
I know a lot
boy,
about it.
yeah, I mean, but again, that's kind of, it's kind of a little bit apples and oranges, like that's a much
The
different,
road was the problem, water and sewer.
Oh, yeah.
didn't get Completed,
yeah.
the town had to go back and pay for everybody's private.
What a mess, and that
$8,000
water system continues to be challenging.
$8,000 for a house that was
Yep.
built in that unit, and now they weren't built.
Yep.
In fact, Brookwater is still paying the bonding on it to pay for the issues, and people in town never get any benefit from it.
Yep. So I guess specific to the project, any other questions? I think we understand what we're doing on the master plan and how we're gonna present an
So we have
amendment.
a
I
list
think
of
we get that.
questions from town engineer that board members have.
Okay.
I'm gonna run through those questions.
Sure.
Um, Some of this is, that's proposal meet the intent of the development agreement. We've already gone over
We can
that.
skip over that.
How does this proposal differ from what was contemplated under the 2006 master plan?
We can skip over that.
Gone over that.
Because we're gonna deal with that.
Here's a new one. Will the development be visible from Main Street?
No.
Ooh, I don't know, I can tell you. You can see those slopes that look out over there. I don't know where you, it's hard without going out there.
Can you see the stable now? From Main
A
Street?
lot more trees.
No. Well, the stable building is up kind of high and it's right on the,
You might, yeah, I don't know.
Can't see it from the end.
I've never seen.
it may be like, if you squint and look, maybe.
Seasonal from what height and what vantage point, what binoculars.
These houses are gonna be taller than this.
No matter what you do. Some of the units will be seen in the winter time when the lights are on.
Yes,
Sometimes they won't be seen because of the foliage.
And I don't know what difference that makes.
I think it makes it-
Anyway.
yeah, I mean, so I guess the answer is probably a little bit. Probably a little bit.
I don't know if that makes any difference personally.
You know why?
Does anyone
Yeah.
have any concern about that?
Anybody know why he wrote that? Is it reason? Must be a reason.
Just something I just put out this, you guys.
Is Ray on tonight?
No.
Yeah, he's on, you can ask.
Oh, okay.
He's actually,
Yes, I'm here.
oh, okay,
Okay.
this here on the screen.
You have a question?
Yeah, Ray, on your thing, it says, will the development be visible from Main Street as one of your questions? Can you tell us what that was in concern for?
Yeah, so, I hate to bring the discussion back to the master plan, but, I have a document in front of me that I'm looking at a plan sheet and the title on the plan sheet says master plan on it. So I'm just saying. So looking at that quote unquote master plan that I have in front of me that I understand represents what the board's intent was back in 2006. I compared it to the proposed fireside development, and that area where the proposed fireside development is to be constructed was designated in the master plan as a low density area. So, obviously, when you're looking up the side, across the valley and up the side of a mountain, it's one thing if you're looking at a cluster of 41 units versus single family house lots. So what was proposed or what's shown on the quote unquote master plan are single family house lots in that footprint. So it's one thing if you're looking at the single family house lots from Main Street. It's another thing if you have a cluster development, you might have a visual aesthetic concern for the general public. So I can't sit here and tell you that you can, whether it's true or not. I'm just posing the question to put it out there for the planning board's consideration.
And that would be the same, I would think, for a butters, and when people down on Main Street, like a butters looking at their single family thinking, if they looked at the master plan.
But
If they looked at the master plan and was told that it was gonna be single family houses and then it's a cluster development, not that I care. I don't care what they put over there, as long as everybody else is happy.
I would counter that. I don't think any of those residents have a view easement. This particular property.
No, so. If you have a cluster development, one unit, it gives less forest overall than if it was single family homes. Single family homes, you keep the water displacement. And then terrain, like if you have a big condo development, they're all units in one big unit complex. When you have single family homes, they're spread out much more. But the units are not gonna be spread out on, it would also end up being part of the green space. Because you allowed so many units in this whole development. By having a cluster development, you have more green space than if you have single family homes. I could be stand corrected, but it's my opinion.
No, that would be an accurate statement. If you do cluster development within the same footprint of a given parcel, then certainly, yes, you would generate more green space as a result of that. So again, I raised the question just because it's a change from what I understand the master plan to be and what's being proposed here. To me, that's one of the fundamental changes. And, if you got to think about how it impacts the general public. I mean, at least that's how we approach these projects. So that's one of the things that came to my mind as maybe of consideration for the planning board. Maybe it's not. I'm just putting it out there as something to think about.
Good point, Ray.
Could that be addressed as a amendment to the master plan?
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly address that. I mean, we obviously needed to check the master plan on what density was proposed in this area specifically. I mean, Ray did his review and he says it was low density. I'm not sure where that line was there. Because I knew this was always contemplated to be a relatively high density area because it's right by the bottom of the base area, like it's right at the bottom of the lift. But we'll check that and we can certainly speak to that. But I guess to answer the specifics of the question, I guess probably you might be able to see it a little bit from Main Street, but probably not significantly.
No matter what you put in, something can be seen.
Well, you put in a house there, you're gonna, you might see it. So, and again, yeah, there's more units here, but if you did a residential subdivision, yes, the density would be lower, but you're still gonna see the houses. You're still gonna see the road cut, so it's not significantly different.
Anyone have any other questions on that?
So is the plan to address this as part of an amendment? Is that what you're suggesting?
Are we working on a master plan? You working on?
Already,
Well, it's
I mean, it's-
in order to answer Ray's,
I mean, that's one of the reasons we need an updated amended master plan.
right,
Yeah,
We can address
I think, Paul, what will happen is that this will be captured within that amendment.
that's right, that's all I'm saying. So I'm just trying to answer Ray's question, so.
So can I just, again, I don't want to belabor the master plan discussion, but honestly, I'll just, from my standpoint, I think there is a master plan and I think it's documented by this set of plans that have been submitted, at least to this office, and the development agreement. And I think, again, this is just a suggestion to planning board members. I think as you go through this, my personal opinion, I don't think you need to necessarily go through the effort of generating a new set of plans and documents as you go forward. I think everything should be looked at within the context of the proposed master plan. And if the current board believes that it is either A, consistent with the master plan, or B, it's an acceptable amendment to the master plan, then just move forward with the project. I think, I think you're making work by continually updating this, larger plan that you want to generate. I think it's just, as these gentlemen are in front of you, I think they're correct in saying, let's just, as we propose these projects to you, let's just look at the master plan, compare it to the master plan, and if the board agrees that this is consistent with the master plan or is an acceptable amendment, then you're done and you can move on.
See,
Go ahead.
the only reason I don't agree with that, Ray, is because people on the planning board change, people come and go, ownership changes and developments. And, if you have something down in writing and you have a written plan and you have a plan, then you can always go back, no matter how many years or whatever, they're dated and people can look at them.
But I think they do. That's my point. I think there is a master plan because this set of plans that I'm looking at right here on my computer screen has the word master plan on it. And it's dated in 2006, which is the same timeline as when the original development agreement was put in place.
Does
And
it
the
have,
development agreement makes reference to a master plan. I have to believe that this document, even though it's not signed by the planning board, the chair of the planning board, I have to believe, common sense tells me this is the master plan.
so Ray, on the one that you have, are all of the sections there, including the traffic, including everything? When you look at it.
Yeah, there's like Paul, I can't answer that directly because I'd have to reread it. But there's a 22-page, basically a 22-page document that has a narrative to it that talks about building heights, talks about density, et cetera. I don't think whether it talks specifically about traffic, I don't know.
When you look at the first page, what we call index, in the index, it gives all of the sections of the master plan. Are they all there? Because what I've seen don't have every section complete.
Email that to us.
My guess is, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but even if whether it does or doesn't, I think the planning board back in 2006 signed off on this as the master plan.
Ray, does Carol have what you're looking at?
I believe she does, yes. I could be wrong. I'm not,
Email
only
it to
Carol
all
can
of
answer
us at
that
the end of the
question.
meeting.
There's a traffic study, we done between Loon Mountain Town and Pentax.
There were two.
But the study was this thick. We have copies of it here somewhere in the town hall. I may still have a copy in my house,
Me too.
and that's, the traffic study was done for this whole project, this time.
There were two traffic studies done before the South Peak.
Okay. All right,
Here's a suggestion. So I'm gonna email Carol what we have on file, what we, as your consult town engineer, believe is the quote unquote master plan, the guiding documents under the master plan. It's just two documents. It's the plan set I just referred to and the development agreements. And then there's amendments to the development agreements that were recently signed. To me, those are the two documents that define what the overall master plan, basis of design, whatever title, whatever semantics you want to use. To me, those are the two documents that say, here's what was contemplated back in 2006. And again, to make the planning board's job easier, I think if you get familiar with that document, each member of the planning board gets familiar with that particular document, or at least review it and decide as a group whether you collectively believe that, okay, this is sufficient for master plan purposes, given what the planning board back in 2006 contemplated as best you can. Then you have the baseline to move forward, so that when these gentlemen are in front of you going forward, you can benchmark your decision-making against that master plan. So in this case, one of the biggest questions I would have is it acceptable to put in a cluster development in an area that the master plan designated as low density? Maybe the answer is yes, maybe the answer is no. That's a decision that you gentlemen would have to make.
Paul,
I think there's still one other part. He refers to the developer agreement and the master plan, but there's still a basis of design, which is, unless he's referring to that as being part of the master plan.
The only basis of design that I'm aware of is the Centex basis of the basis of design that was done for the high pressure water system. That's the only other document that I'm aware of that would fall under that category. If there's others, then we don't have them.
It was part of the original developer agreement.
I don't know. I don't believe I don't recall the development agreement referring to the basis of design for the high pressure water system. No, it does refer to the master plan,
And
but we do use the basis of design for the high pressure water system.
not here, but I've got it at home.
Will we discuss when we do the master plan update?
what's that? We've already talked,
We're not doing the master plan tonight.
we've already talked about it.
So here's another suggestion. I suggest that maybe John and Mark come in to the next technical review team meeting. Let's sit down with these two documents, look them over, and make sure that the planning, the town staff has the same shared understanding with these two gentlemen that these are the master plan documents. And then maybe come before the board and explain them. This is what we found. This is the best available information on the master plan. Do you, planning board, accept this as the master plan, the original master plan, and acceptable format to move forward with? If you do, great. If you don't, then you have to ask these gentlemen to provide you additional information. Because I think you just spent a lot of time figuring out what's the master plan, what's not the master plan. I think you should get that off the table first and foremost.
OJ,
I agree with what Ray said, but can we email Mark and John the master plan and development agreement ahead of time, so when they come to that meeting, they've already had a chance to look at it?
Sure, I'm happy to, I'll send this email to Carol as soon as I shut up. And then I'll put John and Mark on the email, and then we can start the conversation.
So I think Ray's, I concur with what Ray is saying. I think it's a great way to do it. What we can do, we can meet, we can propose what amendments we feel are necessary, what we feel stands and we don't have to monkey with. Get from a technical standpoint, have Ray and us and the rest of the technical review team get on the same page, we can come back and be like, all right, here's where we're at, we all agree. From a technical standpoint, this is where we're at, here's the new map, and call it good.
All right, Paul,
I'm telling you that the basis of design, I'll find out on that original one. It was part of the original developers agreement and it's binding on its successors and the signs. So it was all part of that and that's why that's been, I think that ought to be updated as well as part of it. So I think you should look at that.
I mean, that'd be
So
helpful.
Paul, do you, if I can ask a question, Paul, do you have that document?
I think I do. I'll have to take another look, but I believe I do.
Okay, that would be good to have.
I
That
know,
would be good to have for us to have on file.
I think the town has it too.
I know I have a copy because that was a major,
Ed Brisson, Ed Brisson signed it.
right, going through the whole lawsuit with the previous owner, that was a well talked about document. I have a copy that I believe I have it in electronic form.
And it's detailed in several other emails and letters from Brisson back to the town, Ted Sutton, those during that era. So it was really referred to highly a lot.
Again, the thing with that is, I don't know if there's a signed version of that, because I've read at least 2 different versions of the basis of the design. I will see what I have and send.
Well, I think what we ought to do is whatever you guys think is the right one, that you're assuming is what you got. We got a mountain of documents and I'm just like, look, so you guys have what you have, send it back to us. I'm sure we have it in our files, but send the one that you think is right back to us. We'll take a look and see if we need to change, make any adjustments. You know, and to Paul's point on the basis of design, certainly we acknowledge that this tank thing has changed, right? The approach to the water supply in the development has changed because now there's a collaboration going on with the town in South Peak that didn't exist before. It doesn't really change the ability of the project to provide water to the new connections and all. It's just a change.
But if they need to change their allotment based off of what was already built, let's just put it all out there.
That's what I'm saying. Be transparent is the word they use today and say, this is what we're gonna do.
But I
You
think
know?
what we can say is we'll amend it to the best we can.
In 2023, this is what we're looking at. Thank
Okay,
the allotment change.
we got it.
You all have it in.
all right, thank you.
It's
Is
two
that the
pages.
address one?
It's, we have it, it's right, it's in the base, it's right here. Oh, well,
It's in the separate
Yes,
stuff
sir.
that I just gave you.
Is it fine by address? There was one that had no signature.
all right.
One that was-
Yeah, I've got no address.
So I had this morning, so I'll have to, a couple of those ears should be ringing.
Is there any other aspects?
Does anyone have any more discussions about development being visible from Main Street? Okay, move on. What is the sequence of construction and the schedule to complete the full build out of the project? Assuming it means a fireside condos.
We want to start putting infrastructure, put the streets in one at a time. Based off that, do a grouping of 10, 12 units that will be all done in sync, and then based off sales, how many will be built from there.
Mark, you'll do the lower road first?
Yeah, very nice.
Yes, probably the lower road first.
Okay,
And then the up, get that complete, built, sales going, and then the upper road would follow.
And again, I think probably the reason for that question is, and the master plan, what was over there now, or to the original developers was supposed to be, it was supposed to be all built out. So I think the date's gone way by, but I think that's probably the reason.
how will construction vehicles access the site?
Over the Cooper Memorial Bridge. Come up and drive. directly.
That's more of a site plan review question, isn't it? Yeah, no.
I mean, kind of lumped, they kind of lumped.
All lumped together.
So I do have questions about that and the signs that was supposed to be put up, say no construction vehicles, no contractor vehicles from Westwood through were not put up, well, they were put up and taken down. Still a lot of construction vehicles going through there this winter. When I was plowing over there, I could see cement trucks just heading through the gate, heading through Westwood into the.
So what we've done, and Jimmy has been working with Doug Smith, myself, Jimmy, and I just met in person with Doug last week. So Doug, do you want to comment on the 5 things that they had asked for and we were at Walmart? Yeah, so
Who's Jimmy?
Tim Burns, he works in Southie, so he lives up here, he's available. Oh, good.
So Doug can chime in too after, but basically we had 5 things to accomplish, and it was updating the signage for the Memorial Bridge. Getting some signage for the Westwood Homeowners Association, so we are in the process of finalizing the design, it still hasn't been put in yet. That was the second one we accomplished. The third was sending a letter out to any contractors in the area to notify them that they should be going to the Memorial Bridge rather than actually going through the Westwood Association. And it always been, and then we also updated Google to make sure that the analytics there, if you're going through GPS or anything like that, that there is actually a gate there, they should be going through to access South Peak over Cooper rather than like.
And we finished the design, so Doug has gone back and forth with Jimmy to confirm that what they want for signs is there. We agreed to pay for them as South Peak LLC. We also are going through the process. We've realized that certain people, as much as the letters go out, when the GPS brings them around and says, don't do this, do this. So we're going through the process to get all the GPS maps to be updated as well.
Those signs should probably be on both sides of the gate. Or one that's going to Westwood and one at South Peak. Because they still go from South Peak through the Westwood that way. They go east. So you probably want to put some signs on both sides there, beginning in Westwood. And somewhere just on that straight piece of road just before the gate, because they do get a lot of contractor traffic going back out that way.
And I think
And
that,
I don't know why they do that, but I can tell you,
well, I think Doug could comment that we're working through that with the association to, you know, and make sure that
I'm
all
sorry,
happens.
Daniel, you want to say something?
No, I just,
Well,
from my experience, signs, people are blind, they don't see
Yeah.
signs.
sign everywhere.
You don't like to read.
Right. they're just blind.
It's hard, that's what we've worked to notify all the builders, and we're continuing to do that. We're noticing that people that are doing that are the ones that aren't the regulars, that they are following their GPS, and then they get there and then they're just moving forward.
I don't know if Brian's here, so the OHRVs that use that road, are they supposed to be using that road? Because from what I understand, it's not. They're not supposed to be using that road, and there's a lot to go through that way, I'm just thinking of the traffic.
Our Loon's vehicles,
The off-road vehicles,
yeah, our vehicles are registered, the off-road vehicles are registered and we have access through there.
they're all registered?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if they can travel parallel with the road, can they? I mean, there's an RSA that says that you can't, so
No,
Private road, why
It's
wouldn't
not
we be able to
it's
do?
not a town road.
it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, and I've got the RSA.
You go to Lancaster, you can drive on the state.
Stay on track.
Let's keep moving here.
Oh, can I tell you the RSA?
Uh,
Then look it up.
next question regards, about our concerns, we'll get to that, when we get to public comment. We're proceeding with other projects in South Peak, we continued on completing this one.
No,
Standalone
You're
project.
gonna do more than one project simultaneously.
correct.
Yes, yes, and this is a standalone project, is not, no other project is contingent on this one being complete first. Okay.
yeah, because we have an application coming.
For another subdivision, yes,
That's
that's correct.
And what will be the total count, total unit count at South Peak at the completion of the project?
We have those, we
We're gonna
can,
get to that, okay?
Jim, did you get to the ones that have a butters and HOA members?
Yes, I said that we would address that in public.
Public
Read those letters that we received. Right. Any board members have any other questions at this time?
Done.
Right, you had some site plan questions?
Well, you.
We gotta go into public comment about subdivision and then go into site plan, don't we?
All right, let's
Or is it all one?
I didn't know-
Subdivision is one, site plan's the other.
Correct. I didn't hear what Carol said.
Well, I'm a little, just wondering what we're doing, because are you going through applications and deciding whether the application is complete?
Well, we're gonna
Or
start on the
you waiting?
application right now to see if it's complete. That's gonna be my next step,
That's subdivision.
the subdivision. So I mean. we wanna- Well, no, we're gonna go through,
You gotta go through
we're
it.
gonna go through it, right?
Oh, yeah. Right.
All right, so my town of Lincoln subdivision checklist. All right, that was third page. I'm just gonna run through this, if any, has any questions, stop me. Names and addresses of abutters, required and provided. Application and notice fees and the check payable to the town of Lincoln required and provided. Preliminary layout or final plat as required for particular application. Use attached list to review maps for completeness, provided and required and provided. Submission requirements, site survey map. 4 copies of maps at a scale not smaller than 1 inch to 100 feet, which should have the following information: name of subdivision required and provided, name and address of owner subdivider required and provided, survey and engineer required and provided, date, north arrow and scale required and provided, names and addresses of abutters required and provided, important natural features from natural resource inventory, wetlands as defined by HIS map, hydric soils, wetlands overlay zone, etc., required and provided, building and setback lines to include setbacks from wetlands required and provided, land to be dedicated public use not applicable, percentage of site in fields and in woods required and provided, property lines, existing buildings, historic sites and structures required and provided, existing streets with names or route designations required and provided, size of site in acres with number of acres in village, residential district, and in general use district required and provided. Topographic contours and water courses, both seasonal and year-round, required and provided. Wells, municipal water sources, 150 yards at the site, required and provided. Soils, required and provided. Town consulting engineer reimbursement fee, required and provided. Tax map change fee, required and provided. 2. Site location map drawn at a larger scale and shown on the site survey or proposed subdivision map with tax map and parcel numbers required and provided. The zoning classification, minimum lot size and frontage required and provided. Size of site in acres required and provided. Existing streets with names and route designations required and provided. 3, additional subdivision information either shown on plan or provided separately. Buildings remain not applicable. Deed restrictions, HOA. Preliminary drainage plan required and provided. Easements not applicable. Future subdivision proposals on the same site not applicable. Lot lines required and provided. Soils and groundwater test fit required and provided. Proposed open space not applicable.
I have a question about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Is proposed open space, should that be? It's a requirement of the subdivision regulations. So I'm wondering if that should be.
Show the building locations, so you can tell what space is open.
It's supposed to be defined by the subdivision regulations. That's the only reason I asked.
Okay. Anyone have any other comments on that?
I mean, it is.
If it's required. it should be.
We're not proposing any open space. We're not proposing any defined open space for the subdivision.
But we're giving proposals of exactly where the buildings are. and all
Well,
the-
you are having open space in that, in that development, so I think it was to your benefit to delineate it. Carol, you?
Well, I mean, I may not understand how this works. But for example, with, your Forest Ridge. You have, little corridors of open space that are designated on the tax maps. And they support the density for, lot 2M or whatever it is with 5 huts or. 72 unit buildings and that sort of thing. So is there a reason why you don't do it on this and you did it on?
Well, and I believe it was because of the master plan.
Also, that would also
Well,
mean like, would it make sense, like every single family house, we have a bylaw that says you need open space 15 feet around the perimeter. Right, does that mean that across the board that we're kind of showing maps that 15 plus, what is not clear in our association rules and regulations?
I think what it
There's a tremendous
does,
amount of open space. It might help us to show all the open space.
I think it helps you to show that for one great reason is that the more open space you define, the less you have to have later on. I mean, you can't have enough open space because
I think they should be addressed in our conversations about the master plan.
Well, I think it should be addressed individually for.
In the
separate
plan.
association.
I think it helps you, I really do.
But this is gonna be a freestanding association already
I mean, it's kind of like.
inked out, and so they're allocating 15,000 square feet against their approval per unit.
It's supposed to be.
Because there's gonna be some associations that have zero.
Right,
You felt like there's gonna be some buildings that we know will have none, some that have more.
and that's right.
So what I'm proposing is I think that we should. Look at the open space in general throughout the whole development. And then come back to whether we want to define it per project or by the overall development.
And I think that your overall master plan thing, if you show that open space, it helps, it really does help you. And if part of it has to be in this fireside, then that helps you.
Okay, yeah, I think your attorney wants to say a few words.
I want to chime in on the open space question. And I think it's important that we address it. We can talk about it master plan wise, but it's important we address it tonight. And the master plan was approved in 2006. The way they got to the number of units allowed was to look at the project as a whole and do the math at that point in time as to how much open space was required. And then they backed into 1,018 units. So what happened in 2006 was when the planning board looked at this, they said, you can get 1,018 units on this site, and that's how they came up with the density requirement. And because of that, it's not a project that each subdivision identified, it's you look at the entire parcel. And you're already determined density by the unit restriction. So it's been done already. And I think it would present a problem if we start doing it on a project by project basis. Because we're no longer following the master plan, we're essentially avoiding the master plan and doing something completely different, which I think will lead to a lot of problems. Because the whole point of this exercise was to put it all together at the front end, decide if then and there. And otherwise, we're going to be, I think we're going to be going down a very difficult path to try to figure out what to do. Never contravening with them.
Well, it'll help because then you might move open space around. So now we know where to make it, move this one here now, here, there. I think that's why the master planning. Yeah, and again, the difference between this and Forest Ridge, this project. There's, if we stick to 1,018 units, there's gonna be enough open space to meet the criteria, period. End of story. You don't have to dedicate it anywhere because of the size of the parcel versus the unit count. There's enough open space there. So we don't have to do the accounting. I think that's basically the bottom line.
Okay, Joe,
If you go back to the original master plan, you find big chunks of land. They're just open wooded areas, nothing ever can build on because of terrain.
It's too steep. Yep.
Right place is about 60 acres, I believe. Yep. It was 60 to 80, can't remember. Exact number. Because the steepness of grade, watershed, you know, that was not gonna be touched. No, also for animal protection like deer and so forth. That was part of the master plan when it came before the planning board.
Yep, yeah, and yeah, there's a area on the floodplain, and there's a bunch of areas that aren't, they're not on the table for anything.
If you don't have it, you have a green space, the green space may not coincide with the unit because the more green space added somewhere else over the overall project. You know what I'm trying to say?
But I get.
And just be glad you're not in Maine, because in Maine, they require 50 feet of that, of no trees around a building. You're gonna build like this over here. I'm serious.
And Maine.
We're not in the.
I mean, just to simplify what Eric said, the open space. The numbers are 1,018 units multiplied by the minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet divided by 560 is 350 acres of land. That's the math.
I'm seeing it.
thank you. Is everyone accept? Is that explanation acceptable to everyone?
That's fine.
Percolation tested locations and data not applicable. Approvals and comment, federal, state, and local. Preliminary road cross sections and preliminary road profiles required and provided, setback lines required and provided. Proposed streets, roads with locations, names, and right of way widths required and provided. Water mains and other utilities preliminary required and provided.
Oh, I have one question on the
Yeah.
right of ways, those 50-foot right of ways,
Not right away, it's all one condo lot.
but on the roads,
We're not, no, the roads, it's all one common lot. It's owned by the association, so there's no specific right of way for the road. It's all common land.
It's not gonna be on part of the main road then.
The main road is 50 feet.
Yeah, the main road would be 50 feet, right? But the individual condo roads are just part of the condo subdivision. They're one, it's all one thing.
huh? Well, the only reason I ask is somewhere in the documents. it refers several times to having. The road width at 50 feet.
Right, but it's not, that's for individual lots that have individual owners. And this is
No, I mean,
all owned by the
I think it refers to the main road was the reason that I. And I
I
don't,
didn't do it.
keep going, Jimmy, if I find it, I'll let you know. Go right here. Underneath the subdivision regulations. 5.065 roadway standards, all minimum right of ways. For all streets shall be 50 feet.
Right, we're not proposing a right of way.
It's not a right way.
It's not a right of
It's not a
way.
right of way.
It's not a right of way.
No.
So people don't access it. All people don't have access to it to get to their.
Anybody that owns a condo in there is part of the association and that gives them the right to access it. So the condo association owns the driveways and the land on the buildings and all that. It's all one block.
They maintain them, they deal with them, it's not part
So
of.
we don't have a separate, it's not like a traditional single family house lot where you've got a road and then everybody owns their lots and you're on that right away to have access to your individual lot. The condo owners don't own any land. They only own part of the association that owns the land.
So what about the fire trucks?
How wide are those roads in the association?
They're 22 feet, I think.
22, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've looked at the geometry and copies of the plans have been provided to Ray and the fire chief.
You think about 20 feet really doesn't accommodate for pedestrian traffic. Either cover Forest Ridge.
Yeah, I guess there should be adequate room for that. I mean, these aren't gonna be busy roads.
People get into the PERD, not a PUD. You know, PUD, people own the actual land the big condo is sitting on. You know, and the PERD association owns all the land.
Right. Right, association owns everything, yes.
These people just gonna own inside the walls, basically,
Yes,
That's right.
yes, they own the building, yeah. Well, inside the building. yeah.
Inside.
Inside the
from
building.
the studs.
Yeah.
EIS and or environmental assessment to be required, not applicable. Overlays or special investigative studies to be required, not applicable. Final plat required. 3 paper copies and 1 mile, no smaller than 24 inches by 36 inches required and provided. All information described in preliminary layout except that drainage, road plans and profiles, water and other utilities shall be final as required and provided. Name and address of all individual owners and or corporations of lands involved required and provided. Names and addresses of all abutters required and provided. Existing buildings, streets, rights of way, streams and easements required and provided. Natural features in the vicinity of the affected land required and provided. Name, address, and seal of surveyor or engineer required and provided. A small location map indicating parcels in relation to major streets and intersections, the tax sheet and parcel numbers and the zoning districts. Required and provided. Bearings and distance of entire property and lot lines based on an on-the-ground survey plus topography and 5-foot intervals required and provided. Lot areas and dimensions in square feet or acres required and provided. Lots numbered in accordance with town tax map policy required and provided. Statement of responsibility and liability for roads, streets, roads, and their maintenance. Put down there.
Yeah,
I think he's already explained that.
should we have something with that?
What's that?
Okay,
Okay. Statement of responsibility and liability for streets, roads, and their maintenance. You don't have anything put down there.
Yes, so obviously it's association. So when it's completed, the associations are created. The association has responsibility for maintenance.
Go ahead.
I think, and I don't want to jump ahead, but K and O. It's really kind of come together where it says legal documentation for homeowner association, other arrangements for property and utility management. I would think that there has to be something that says that it's the responsibility, as I was talking to you earlier.
I think we
that-
should say it's a responsibility, but eventually condo docs are gonna be rather lengthy to create. So that's gonna.
So you not have those before you sell a lot? a
No,
condo lot?
absolutely, we'd have them before we sell them, but not before we would. permit them.
Yeah, those will be provided to the town later on when they're developed.
So I suppose we can make it a condition of approval that they have it in condo docs.
Right, I mean, the roads ownership was spelled out of the doc.
Also going to have to provide a condominium site plan as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that could be a condition as well.
Estimated costs of required improvements and statement concerning bond or other security, we've already talked about that. WSPCC subdivision approval, applicable, state driveway permit, if any, not applicable. Legal documents for homeowners association or other arrangements for property and utility management, homeowners association. Subdivision regulation compliance statement. Required and provided, space for board endorsement, required and provided. Other information specifically required by EIS overlays, etc. Great. Have all the abutters been notified?
Yes.
We're ready to accept the application as complete. Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Right, so public, take a motion, to open public comment, subdivision. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I have a few letters, or butters that we're read. Okay, the first one is an email from Rosemary Dodek, who is an abutter to the South Peak Resort proposed project with an attached letter. Now, first. Due to a prior family commitment out of state, we were unable to attend the 3/22/2023 planning board meeting, to discuss the application for subdivision and site review approval for fireside condos. We have, however, attached a request that the planning board defer any action on such application until concerns raised by various members of South Peak Resort Community Association have been addressed by the applicant. If you have any questions regarding the attached letter, please contact Rosemary Dodek at 508-733-2842 or at rcdodek@gmail.com. An original letter will be hand delivered to the planning and zoning department, town hall this morning. Thank you for your consideration, Tony and Rosemary Dodek, 176 South Peak Road. I'm going to read this letter, and then there are a couple of emails in support of the letter. I'll just,
Did they say what the terms were again?
I'm sorry.
Did they
It's gonna be-
identify what?
you're gonna read the
I'm
letter.
going to read the letter. And then
Oh, all right.
by hand and by email. Town of Lincoln, New Hampshire, Planning and Zoning Department, P O Box 25, Lincoln, New Hampshire, 03251, regarding fireside condos. Notice of formal submission application, for planning board approval of subdivision and site plan review. To the town of Lincoln, New Hampshire Planning Board, we are members of South Peak Resort Community Association. The association live at 176 South Peak Road in Lincoln. Due to a prior family commitment in Massachusetts, we are unable to participate in person or remotely in Wednesday's planning board hearing to discuss the above referenced submission for fireside condos. We do, however, want to respectfully request that the planning board defer taking action with respect to the application for site plan review for the proposed fireside condos until such time as Mark Bogosian, the applicant, has met with various members of the South Peak community to address several areas of concern that have risen since the applicant became the successor declarant under this association. For example, since the applicant became the successor declarant, there has been a complete turnover of the association board of directors, so that all of the directors are now either familiarly related to or employees of the applicant. Board and the association are under complete control of the applicant, including enforceability of the covenants governing South Peak and oversight of the association's expenditures. To date, the current board of directors has not responded to members' questions regarding governance or to numerous requests for information regarding association expenses, contrary to the provisions of these current bylaws. Similarly, numerous attempts by several other homeowners to meet with the applicant and or his employees to discuss neighborhood concerns have been ignored. The development of fireside condos raises a host of questions for the association and its members, including without limitations. Will the entire cost of the proposed access road, utilities, and related infrastructure to be the sole responsibility of the applicant? Will the applicant, with its purported unilateral control of the association board, impose cost sharing on the association? Does the applicant intend to rent these condominium units out as Airbnb units in violation of the current covenants? How will the development of the fireside condos affect the annual budget of the association and each member's financial commitments? Without information regarding the proposed development's impact on the South Peak neighborhood, it is impossible to support the applicant's project. It is unclear whether the applicant intends to unilaterally affect the character and nature of this community or to impose unexpected and unapproved increased financial obligations on the association's members. While we can appreciate that the applicant is very busy, we understand anecdotally that the applicant is similarly ignoring his commercial tenants in the One Love Brewery Plaza. Good citizenship dictates that the applicant communicate with his neighbors and members of his community before moving forward with a plan that can have significant repercussions to the neighborhood. Again, we respectfully request that the planning board defer taking action with respect to the application for site plan review for the proposed fireside condos until such time as the applicant has met with various members of the South Peak community to address several noted areas of concern respectively submitted. Tony and Rosemary Dodick. Joining this letter are the following members of the association. Bob and Kathy Mulhall, 54 Crooked Mountain Road, P.O. Box 1491. Arthur and Deborah Remillard, 8 Hemlock Drive, P.O. Box 727. Then there's an email from Andy Poole, president of Riverside Terrace Homeowners Association, supporting this letter. Tony and Rosemary Dodick. That was sent Tuesday, March 21. That will be included in the minutes. Got it. Another letter from Mehdi Hosseini, referencing Tony and Rosemary Dodick's letter to the planning board. That was sent Wednesday, March 22nd at 11:53 a.m. And that's incorporated in the minutes by reference. Another letter from Rebecca Baines, homeowner of South Peak 15 Riverside Terrace Drive, Unit 3G, Lincoln, New Hampshire. And she's referenced Rosemary's letter as well. And that was sent March 22nd, 2023 at 12:50 a.m. Incorporated in the minutes by reference. Local letter from Alan and Ann Rich, an email sent Tuesday, May 21st, 2023 at 8:19 p.m. Referencing letter from Tony and Rosemary Dodick. Incorporated in the minutes by reference.
What date was that again, Jim? Say May 21st?
March 21,
March
2023. 8:19. Why did I say it wrong?
Said
No.
May.
I thought you said May.
You didn't say.
Sorry. Excuse me. It's a lot of reading here.
I know.
A letter from Michael Partridge sent Tuesday, March 21st, 2023 at 5:38 p.m. Reference in the letter from Tony and Rosemary Dodick, incorporated in the minutes by reference. Another email from Paul Angelico sent Tuesday, March 21st, 2023 at 8:27 p.m. Reference in the letter from Tony and Rosemary Dodick, incorporated in the minutes by reference, and they're at 9 Riverside Terrace, number 2D and 101 Crooked Mountain Road. Paul Angelico and Kelly Peace. So their emails incorporated in the minutes by reference. Another one from Rebecca. Rebecca Baines, I've already read that one. This is a completely different letter from Christopher Barclay, sent Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023 at 2:21 p.m. On a Lincoln Planning Board, 148 Main Street, Lincoln, New Hampshire, 03251, March 22, 2023. For whom it may concern, I recently learned that there was a letter written regarding lack of transparency about the new fireside condo development being planned by South Peak from someone in the area. I'm writing to attest that my wife Laura and I have heard a lot about this development directly from Mark Bogosian and his team. We have also had the opportunity to view the preliminary plans both on the South Peak website and via social media over the past several months. Any questions we have had been met with quick and informative responses from the South Peak team. I believe these developments would be a great asset for both South Peak and the town of Lincoln. We've had the opportunity to speak with multiple neighbors about the potential future developments, and I've heard nothing but excitement at the proposal of what the future within South Peak will look like. Thank you for your time. Chris and Laura Barclay, 48 Brooklyn Mountain Road. An email from Bill Grogan, sent Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, 3:30 p.m. To the Lincoln Planning Board, my wife and I are owners of 3 Riverside Terrace, Unit 1A, which is a part of the Riverside Terrace condominium. Riverside condominium, and we are the original owners of our unit. I'm writing to respectfully request a deferral of any planning board action with respect to the application for subdivision and site plan approval for Fireside condominiums at South Peak Resort. It doesn't reference the letter from the product, so I'm going to read it out. As you may know, the Riverside condominium is a part of the overall South Peak condominium, and as a unit owner in the Riverside condominium, the development of Fireside condominiums raises a number of questions for unit owners in the Riverside condominium and the South Peak condominium. For example, will the entire cost of the proposed access road, utilities, and related infrastructure be the sole responsibility of Mark Bogosian, the applicant? Or will the application, since it controls the board of South Peak condominium, impose cost sharing on unit owners of the Riverside condominium and the South Peak condominium? Additionally, given this proposal, how will the development of Fireside condominiums impact and or affect the financial budget of both Riverside condominium and South Peak condominium, and what, if any, financial burden will it place upon us as a unit owner? As a unit owner in the Riverside condominium, we need the applicant to be transparent with respect to any financial impact on existing unit owners. But thus far, there has been a lack of transparency. As a result, we cannot support the applicant's proposal until we understand whether there will be financial obligations placed upon us and other unit owners. I respectfully request that the planning board defer taking action with respect to the application for site plan review for the proposed Fireside condominiums until such time as the applicant has addressed these areas of concern. Regards, William Grogan and Allison Loretti. Bill Grogan, 9 Running Brook Circle, Natick, Mass. 01760. Letter from Drew Goddard. 3/22/2023. Headline says Copley Properties comes custom homes. Planning Board, Town of Lincoln, 148 Main Street, Lincoln, New Hampshire, 03251. As an owner and fellow developer and home builder, I feel compelled to proactively address the planning board in support of the work and efforts of Mark Bogosian, South Peak Resort, South Peak HOA, and Longfellow staff. Over the last year and a half, significant progress and improvements have been made in comparison to the prior non-active and non-engaged declarant. As with most organizations, boards, and committees, there is always room for continued improvement and increased efficiencies along the way. So any claim or comment that any of the above entities have or are operating with a lack of transparency against the bylaws or in a less than professional manner is an error, exaggerated statement. The new declarant and their team have greatly increased the frequency of community communications, started quarterly HOA board meetings with published minutes, distributed cell phone and email addresses of board members, and have demonstrated strong follow-up to owners. I can personally state that none of the above actions took place under the past declarant control. Specifically, no master plan project approvals should be held up or delayed due to internal HOA community members' personal opinions of how the internal HOA organization is or should be run and managed. The planning board should review and approve all project applications based on approved zoning ordinance and any prior approved community master plans. I look forward to the continued growth of our South Peak community due to the significant investment of the declarant to our internal South Peak community and the overall Lincoln community of the future. Yours truly, Drew Goddard, 164, 179, 326, 330, South Peak Road owners, Copley Properties. Okay.
You have another one.
What's that?
Are you gonna speak to the letters?
I can, sure. So, I mean, the letters reference internal squabbles between the declarant and the HOA. That's not a planning board issue. We appreciate people taking the time to send email and letters, but that's really up to you and the applicant to talk about that.
Yeah, I think it would be inappropriate for this board to talk about discuss or even have our decision affected by any squabbles between the homeowners association and the applicant. And even more so, to consider, accusations that in the future, funds of the homeowners association might be misused. I mean, to be asked to turn this down based on a possibility that there might be misused funds from the homeowners association is nothing we should be even considering or talking about. You know, if someone wants to respond or whatever, the applicant, I guess we can listen to that, but I don't even think this board should be talking about this or considering any of the things that really are outside of our purview.
Paul, I saw Paul first.
Two things. One is you also have a letter from Janice Osgood.
Well, that's not related to this project. That's a general letter. So I was gonna read that under the other.
Well, it
business.
is because it speaks to approval of a large development, including hotels or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this
environmental
is
thing.
not specific to this project, but if you wanna read it, that's,
You're the chair.
I'll,
I'll
I gotta
read it for
I
I'll
have
read
to-
it for you if you want to.
I have to, no, I have.
Let me read it
I
for you
have
if you
to
want
dish-
me. I'll do that, Jimmy.
Hold on.
The planning board on March 14, 2023, from Janice Lee Osgood. 24 Goodwood Road in Lincoln. Says, as a resident of Lincoln, New Hampshire, of 24 Goodwood Road. I request an impact study to be done on environmental / all prior to approval of any large development, including hotels. Environmental to include, not limited to / traffic, air quality, water, sewer, noise, and open land space benefits. Sincerely, Janice Osgood. The only comment I would make about the letters that were written tonight was that we have addressed, or we're going to address, the issues of the responsibilities of the road, water, and sewer. And I think that's probably the most that we could do with regards to what those letters say. I don't think we ought to throw them all out, everything about all of them, but I think that portion of all of those letters, it seemed to be like the most of them had that in it. Or they all used a form letter and they all said, we agree. But that part of it, I think, you know, you probably should wanna.
Just a comment so we can move on.
Yeah.
We're doing everything we can to continue to keep the HOA informed. In fact, we had an event in February that we invited everybody to at the One Love Building, right next to our office that is open daily. If anyone wanted to come down. But at that event, we were there to talk about the project, talk about questions, explain what's going on. And some of the people that wrote the letter actually came and attended. And had an opportunity to meet with numerous members of South Peak and our team. So we'll continue to try to communicate efficiently with the HOA and the entire South Peak community. But until we can, I think there's always going to be some people that are not going to be 100% happy.
All right, so any other members of the public like to speak on this application? Right,
No, ask if the.
those are zooming in, would you like to speak on this application? Does anyone have any comments or questions?
Motion to close public discussion.
Yeah.
No.
So motion to close, Joe's made the motion to close public comment,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right, are we ready to approve, make a decision on approval or disapproval of the completed application? Paul,
I make a motion, we approve the application as complete.
okay, Carol,
Oh, okay, the way you said it, I thought.
we're doing the subdivision first, right?
Yeah, you're just talking
Yeah.
about whether the application is complete.
The subdivision application, I make a motion, we approve the subdivision application.
Already
as complete.
accepted the application is complete.
Right.
So we're talking about approving the project itself now.
Well, do we need to?
Can't do that, you go to site plan review.
We're gonna do the subdivision first, and then we'll do the site plan. I mean, unless you wanna go through the
There's two separate approvals,
there's
I
two
think.
separate approvals, so one is
One
subdivision.
one is
we'll have to do
subdivision approval, which gets accepted and voted on, and the other would be, I would think, site plan approval, which we normally would do.
Right, so we've accepted the subdivision application, we've had public comment,
Okay, then I would make a motion that we approve the subdivision. As submitted with the.
Proviso,
What's that?
proviso,
Provisos, so we've got conditions that the planning board, and you're gonna have to help me a little bit with this, and that the planning board and South Peak come together to revise the master plan
Necessary data.
with amendments,
To amend the master plan.
to amend the master plan, yep. And also that the responsibility for the maintenance and operation and replacement protection of the water, the sewer, and the roads be included in the condo documents. That's what we said so far that I got, if there was any other ones.
Documents won't be finished till we can get the development started.
All it does is say that when they do them, that has to be part of it. That's what we agreed on here tonight.
Documents will be submitted as when approval is.
Why don't you withdraw your motion and we'll work on the conditions? Do you have some more to add?
We talked about, they're gonna need state approvals.
Yeah.
In that,
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know how to word it, but final agreement between, our engineer and your engineer on some of the wording on the actual, subdivision document.
I would just say review by the town engineer and that'll come in.
By the time.
Yeah, you could make it, you can make a condition, so it sounds like the conditions would be. State approvals, condo docs. Providing condo docs, then review.
Providing condo,
Yeah.
or providing the information be included in the future condo docs.
Well, condo docs are for the final subdivision.
final
you gotta-
subdivision.
Okay, yeah, so that's baked in.
And I have some wording that's in the subdivision regulations for, it says the subdivider shall provide certification and approval for subdivision by the state of New Hampshire and Water Supply and Pollution Control Commission. So that the state of New Hampshire, that would be,
State approvals.
right, state approvals, and yeah, so we could put that in there if you want to use that wording.
So the condo docs and state approvals, master plan update.
Yeah.
And then the
master plan.
The responsibility.
Okay, Carol,
Can you check with Ray about, any conditions that, because sometimes. When you leave it loosey-goosey for, work it out with the engineer, it puts him in a bad spot, so I'd like to have him have input in. That if he's not okay with it.
What are we working on with the engineer?
just what he specifically like to see. We're specifically asking him to do, basically. Is that what you're asking us?
I don't think we're asking him to do anything with this regards to subdivision, are we?
Yeah, the subdivision, it's mostly the site plan that Ray's gonna
Ray's gonna
have
be involved
comments
in,
on,
right.
because that's the civil design.
The civil design, yeah.
Yeah, so that's in the site plan review, not the
Yeah,
subdivision.
that's right.
Yeah.
Sir,
Just to clarify too, the condition regarding the condo docs, that should include the condominium site plan. So the final Mylar that we're preparing is gonna be essentially a condominium site plan, which we're working on it now, but that's the plan you're gonna have to sign.
I think that those, yeah, I mean, I still think that there should be a comment on the plan about the road responsibilities. It's just gotta be, the more places it is, the better off it is.
Put a condition and it's added to the plan.
Yeah.
That's fine.
On the road obligations, just so everybody knows, all the parcels in this entire development are governed by a declaration of covenants, which specifically lays out how the obligations are imposed. And what you folks should know generally, what the plan is, similar to what's going on with the condo down by the river. There'll be a condo association for this particular parcel. They will be responsible for their internal common area, those internal roads. And that association will be a member of the overall association.
Right.
And will have a say and ultimately an obligation to pay some part for all the other common area, the main roads, etc. So to address some of the concerns of the neighbors, in fact, at the end of the day, when it comes down to maintenance, there's going to be more folks in the development who are contributing to the main common area expense, including plowing and that type of thing. We're gonna have 41 more units now who are helping foot the bill. And then this group will have a sub-condo association for its particular land. So we make a reference to declaration and a reference to the condo docs. Those two will govern how the portion is.
But I think that those documents should be provided and attached, so that even if you have them, they should be provided and attached. That way there, if someone's looking at the approvals, they can see that what those documents actually were.
So the declaration of covenants is actually on record at the registry, and before anybody buys any parcel within this development, that the Attorney General's office requires us to provide those documents to them, so they have them. But I hear,
We thought the master plan was there too, but it wasn't.
and one last comment, speaking of the master plan, as the attorney in the room who's trying to understand what the conditions of approval are, I'm a little nervous about the master plan, and I would encourage the board to flesh out exactly what it is they want. I don't think there can be a condition on the approval of the subdivision that says there will be some later meeting agreement on something else. That's amorphous essentially. I have no idea what that means, nor do I think anybody looking at it in the future. My view is that we should definitely have a sit down and we should work on amending the master plan, but it should not be a condition of approval on either the subdivision or the site plan. Because I don't think ultimately there's a way to.
Your client is agreeing to come in for the sit down.
But I guess what I'm also, like, I guess. She brings up a good point that I'm agreeing to come in. So is there a separate, like, meaning as we're going through this process, if that takes 6 months for us to get to where we're going, does that mean that this is stopped in the water? I'd ask that it would not be included in this specific project, understanding that we have another one that we just applied for, meaning we have numerous time here that if at this point we've done everything we said we were gonna do.
We always have conditions.
Yeah, no,
That's what
he
gets
just
them
asked
done.
that submission of a new master plan or an updated master plan would be one of them.
But I'm saying meeting could happen, but like, there's gonna be back and forth. I mean, it might take a lot of time to get there.
I know, but we,
Get you there, though. I'll say no, I corrected one, really.
so, I don't know, I think we need something with a master plan. I don't know what it is, but. It's been too many developers prior to Mark that have changed, and now Mark's coming and making his changes and put his stamp on it that he wants, but I truly think that it.
When it comes to the end,
It's referred to a lot in the ordinances, and I think it's important to have. You know, it's part of the reason why we don't have. We've had some issues in other developments, and I think it's important to get this. And I don't think it can wait 2 years or 4 years. I think it needs to be. It needs to be recently updated. We don't even know we don't even know what's out there now. So I mean, Ray says he has a plan. This gentleman here says he has a plan. Carol says she's got maybe something. None of which is complete. So we really ought to have something.
I guess-
And I'm not saying that we don't need to have it today.
I'll talk once. All right, Joe, let Joe speak first.
well, first of all, we prove this tonight. There could be other phases coming in. As the development gets completed more and more, the last phase would be under more scrutiny, to keep the density and the green space than we have now. Because they can lose in the end, if they don't abide by the present density and green space what they have. The last developed phases coming in, may not be as big. There is a clustered of density requirements that they have now, maybe more stringent, because they don't have the density from the master plan. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that we're gonna hurt ourselves
agree.
if we don't do this. We wanna do it, and we have partners that we wanna work with, meaning, you know, whether it's Loon Mountain or other people that we wanna make sure that this master plan is. We clearly see that we need to get this meeting, we'll do that immediately.
You want to pen them and have them pull out for you, that hurts financially.
We just put a date on it and say that we would meet by a date.
Yeah, Adam, we'll meet, I'd love to do that.
And we don't have to flush out what exactly they're gonna meet on, but just say there will be a meeting. Between the developer and the planning board
I think to Derek's point,
to address.
I think to Derek's point, the ambiguity here is the concern about what happens in that process. And I think, from what I hear from Joe saying, and that's our position too, is that, look, there's lots of, we all are in agreement now that we got to do an update to the master plan to move forward with the project. But again, I think for this project, we can provide a statement that this, to raise question about this complies with the general provisions of the master plan. But to hold this up for that meeting and to vet that out, again, seems a bit unnecessary. To Joe's point that like, this is a pretty small potatoes when it comes to the bigger thing of the project. I think that's what you were saying, right? Is that there's down the road, we're gonna hurt ourselves if we don't address this master.
The last phase you have can be severely impacted if you don't comply with this one.
Right, right.
But keep kicking this can down the road till the next time it comes in.
Well, I don't think we're kicking it. I don't think that's not.
Development property.
Well, he's
That
already,
could go in the owner.
submitted an application. I mean, I already have an application that I have to process on my desk today. I mean, it came in, you know, Friday or Tuesday.
Right, we have another subdivision that's gonna be heard by you guys, and that one, you know, you can acknowledge, that, look, we won't touch that one. Until we have them at, you won't even,
Until we have a meeting, like,
Yeah.
if we're meeting and we're making active progress, then we're gonna keep looking at that one. Right, but if we're not making active progress, so I know that we have another one at the desk, meaning it's not like, hey, it's down the road, it's already applied for. That if I don't have meeting and clear progress that we're making as a collective group, that we aren't gonna be able to continue to move forward.
yeah, I mean, if I were on the board, I can be concerned that you don't have a hammer over us. To do this update, but I think the reality is you do, you know, because again, we got another application before you right now. We're gonna be following soon with another one,
But it's
so.
much smaller than this.
How soon would it take you to modify the master?
We could have a conversation about it immediately, but as far as modifications, you know, I think it's going to be a work in progress. I mean,
No, I get that, but I mean, just to modify it up until this point with this.
well,
I mean,
getting
I
up
guess
to
once
this,
you have the meeting, how long will it take to get an amendment
I
together?
don't see it taking a long time.
I think it depends on what we all want to agree, what we're gonna include. So I think part of what I guess what I'm concerned with is the complexity of what we're trying to create. So we have this right here already laid out. So if we were to have a meeting next week about what we're looking at, what are our intentions, we're ready to have that meeting. It's more about what are we looking to do, how we want to get the amendment, what do we want to do for a process, are we gonna do it this way?
We already talked to you about that tonight. We said that, you know, that's a great start. And then you know, talked about addressing the water changes and the other part of the developer agreement, basis of design. And
I
seeing.
think all those things would be.
Well, I think
No, but I think those are the things you can do and have
if I may,
ready and have ready pretty
And
easy.
your attorney wants to speak to
okay,
you.
go ahead, so Derek.
So my concern is this condition is gonna make this approval ineffective. Essentially, what we're doing potentially is making this approval conditional on a later agreement to a master plan amendment. And I don't know what's gonna be in that amendment. I don't know if it's gonna require much more thought than a 41 lots on 1,018. But also, to your point, talking about the water tower, for example, what are we gonna do in the master plan? We don't know what's happening with the water tower right now. I think it's premature.
That was a good question.
This project before you tonight has 41 units, but add a total of 225 approved units out of 1,018. And ultimately, these are residential units going in an area that was designed for residential use. We've got a plan showing that there's going to be additional projects coming before you for additional residential units, as well as additional uses. This is a project that's going to be here for 10, 15 years as this thing keeps rolling through the board as phases come in. The change we're talking about tonight, 41 units out of 1,018, in my view, is not any significant change at all from the prior master plan. And I think imposing a condition that we reach an amendment agreement for the master plan, this project essentially stalls it completely and it's dead in the water, which is, I think, contrary to what I thought the majority of the board wished to.
Okay, OJ, so
Yeah, I guess I see this as kind of a conflicting decision that we're gonna make if we include this provision in here. What we're saying is we're approving this subdivision within a master planned agreement. But then we're saying, but you gotta go back and change the master plan. It seems like that's a loop. I mean, we're saying this is okay based on the master plan that isn't okay. Again, the a small project is not in violation or in disagreement or massively changing the master plan. Is it taking, a high density moving here and moving something else there? I think that putting that provision in is detrimental to the board as well as to the applicant. I think we should be looking at this project on its own with the understanding that first of all, we're gonna get a copy of what is the master plan that Ray is using and Carol is using to make sure that we all understand it. And, because there isn't a signed one, we're gonna have to take that one and this is what we're using as the master plan.
And that's why we're gonna get together, and that's also why we're trying to provide, we are trying to listen to the board, that's why this was here tonight. So I understand that we need to get further in that, but we are listening and we are coming up with what we're trying to do everything we say we're going to do.
And again, I think that the changes that have been made from the original thing have been minor, like you said, the water tank is one. But we still don't know where it's gonna go, it hasn't been approved, we don't even know. I mean, if we put that in the master plan and the Forest Service says no, we're gonna go back and take it out, so. That's to me pointless. I mean, we know what direction we're heading in. It's a huge benefit to the town for them to make this change. But it's not set in concrete yet, so let's just let that lie until it becomes official and final and built and functional. Then we can change the master plan. Adding those other lots. Again, that fit in with the master plan, changing the condos along the river to single family lots. That was a minor change that the board approved, and again, it decreased the density in that area. It wasn't a change of the whole thing. I think it'd be good to get on the same page with the master plan, but I don't think this is gonna be affected by it. No matter what we come out of that meeting with the master plan on it, this is on its own within that master plan.
And I think to the comment about how long is it gonna take, I think it's gonna take a little while, because there's gonna be a few iterations back and forth.
Maybe you could make it with like cutouts and Velcro attachments. and
Yeah,
directions.
we produce a lot of paper, so yeah, we're good at producing paper, so. But I think we're gonna have some back and forth with the board and Ray on what we want to include and how we want to look at it.
And our partners too, when we come and meet with you, we want to make sure that what we're proposing and what we're talking about and portraying is also in keeping with what everyone else's goals are that I am not in control of. So,
Speaking of paper, we didn't get a copy of the unit calculations.
Excuse me, Jim, can I ask a question?
May,
Yes, Mark, John, I believe you made a presentation back in May to the planning board. You had a PowerPoint presentation. I'm looking at that PowerPoint presentation and you presented a revised master plan. Do you recall that?
that is correct, and we've expanded upon that and provided that tonight.
Okay, I don't have a copy of that. So
So what we
is that
did
in front of the board tonight?
it is.
It is, yeah, right.
So my question then would be to the board, is that sufficient? For you to make your determination as to whether you should approve the subdivision, or you need more time to assess whether you should approve the subdivision?
Well, we just got this
I
tonight.
never got it, did you?
I mean, it's simple.
I know.
So may-
Is there also, I mean, I guess the point of what OJ was saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong in how I heard this, is we know we've got to address this master plan. We've been actively doing that, and our consultants could verify it, and our partners in Loon could verify it. As that's happening, we're continuing to update. That's why this is not the same thing we showed in May. We brought that today to try to listen to what Paul had asked for. I don't think this project on its own, regardless of how we look at the big picture and open space and everything, I don't think this project on its own would be a deal breaker that is like, oh, like this is so in keeping in such a small project that I think holding, this is ready to go. We've had the team work on this one. I'll have them stop working on other things to focus on these meetings. But I think regardless, this is a project that would be okay under the master plan.
I mean, Paul, I mean, if you're what is it that you're looking for? I mean, are you looking for like highlighted, I mean, it has outlines of structures in here. I mean.
I haven't taken a chance to, I looked at it, so I like,
Just wondering if you were to look at it.
I have no problems with approving this. We're taking a look at this
so you-
fire site as it is without a master plan component to the approval, so long as this is the last one that we approve before we get to a master plan.
Right, I guess what I'm trying to.
You know,
ask is
because
like
I'm not for
here-
kicking this can down the road. Mark's known about this for, that we talked about the master plan. You go back to the minutes, you can see through the last several meetings you were in here, we've thoroughly discussed this thing, the master plan, and here we are tonight. We got a part of it, but
I would also,
we've identified more parts of it, so
I mean, can you-
I'm willing to, like I said, I have no problem with this subdivision going forward. But I think we have to set a date, a time that it's gonna be done, and I don't think we should approve anymore until we get to that point. So the responsibility should be on you guys and us to meet before we do that.
and I think that that's why it doesn't need to be, I would ask that it's not a condition on this, but you guys know that we have another one already applied, that you're gonna see us reaching out, see us engaging. And also, maybe one of the things that we can do is get continual updates of the efforts going into the master plan. Is one thing that, you know, we had a summit with 18 people, I think, sitting around a room for 2 days, that we flew all over the country to be there to make sure we were getting progress. So that was just what, last week? So we're doing so much to try to get there and get clarity. And the more we can meet, get understanding. And hopefully be better.
I like it. I applaud your effort, and like I said. I think my responsibility as board members to make sure that everybody's informed of everything that you're thinking about and that this board is thinking about. And the protections of their homes and their lifestyle in Lincoln, and I think, so I think that's the importance I put on this. So to me, I'm willing to give one up for the Gipper, but I'm not willing to continue to
I think that's.
kick this
yeah,
thing
I
down
think
there,
that's
you know,
fair
because
enough.
it's been, you're gonna understand, this development has been going on, different developers for years. So it's time, it's time.
It'd be nice to see it indicated, you know, like what's already approved, whether it's a lot or units already constructed. Proposed areas currently proposed, and then futuristics, you know, because this just looks like a colored blob.
We'd be happy in our meeting too, we can show overlays, so we tried to condense that onto one page. But when we meet, we can kind of show, here's exactly what's here, here's what that fires back here, here's this. I think that getting together and having more discussions about it is beneficial for everybody. And clearly, it's gonna be very beneficial for us down the road when we are coming from more projects in 5 years, but 10 years, you know, to have that to turn down. So I
Be the
appreciate
same
that,
developer.
not going anywhere. I thank you.
So we made a motion to approve the subdivision. So I will retract the, withdraw the master plan portion of it. But the road stuff and the permits from the state and
Well,
and
it's just subject to state approval.
the state and town regulations, subject to state and town.
Well, we get the state town approval here, maybe.
Well, they have to do driveway permits and water and sewer and all that stuff, so I would say subject to town and state regulations. But that's what we've done before, is town and state.
Yeah.
Make sure that they have to meet water, sewer, driveway regulations, all that.
You worry about streetlights and all of that too, those locations.
Nope.
Because
I was wondering about like streetlight locations, if that was something.
I can't hear you.
Condo.
Streetlight locations. Exterior lighting.
So that'd be more of a topic.
For site plan,
The site plan would be, I think that would be in the site plan.
yeah, if you're going to the section,
Next, on the agenda tonight.
and that would be a butters and stuff, yeah, but, so. Did you, they have that, Carol?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you have that? Motion?
State approvals,
I just have subject to state and town
approval,
regulations.
yeah.
And
And,
approvals,
yeah. Motion to approve.
So Ray, I just scanned on the copier. The plan that you brought in this afternoon.
Did you send that to me by email?
Well, I sent it through the copier, you know, you're one of
Okay.
the people. So it'll come in from town hall or something like that.
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
It's just motion to approve the subdivision subject to the state and town regulations and approvals.
All right, so Paul made the motion, is there a second?
And what, were we gonna deal with something on the?
A note about homeowners association will be responsible for roads,
Yeah.
stormwater, water and sewer.
Yep.
Just note on the plans for that.
And that can be a note on this plan, but, you know. Like we said, so it's just there.
So. And was that it?
That was it.
That was it for me.
All right,
Okay, with the responsibility for the roads and what?
Roads,
Actually, it's just the wording,
roads, water, sewer and drainage.
roads, water, sewage. And drainage. And well, the town has its own thing for the wetlands, so that would be underneath the town thing. I mean, for the stormwater. So it would be underneath the town.
Drainage.
So I made a motion.
all right, who's second, Joe second, all in favor, no, just a reminder, if you're not seated, only seated members vote, please. Say aye. Aye. Opposed,
Feel so left out.
what's that?
Said it feels so left out.
You'll get your turn, believe me.
Yeah,
Whoa,
all right,
Yeah. Sometimes I can't hear you when you.
I know, I'm a soft talker too, so I was
right, application for site plan review.
closer, closer.
Anyone have any further questions on this or that?
so we take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
You say it was in California or? I probably don't want to hear what I'm saying.
Yes. With the current, in front of all those, it's in there, but it's the worst. That's totally different. Hopefully everyone.
What?
Both of bad places in Russia.
You got it.
Yesterday, 2 days ago. Just- No, I haven't heard.
This?
Yeah. He is.
Any questions?
What is that? You know, my.
Yeah.
They can make a decision. This is better.
Well, in my experience. So,
And I have.
I like it, Jack.
Hey, Jim.
Yes, sir.
I had a copy of that, the agreements development, the sign. It's all,
Okay, yeah.
it's 587 pages. References the master and Deanna used to sign, so, you know.
Yeah.
This was in 2006.
Okay.
And she references January and state of 2006, then May, revised May of 2006, so. it's something She was on the foot.
Just for a little bit.
Probably give you late, Paul.
Overhang on. Yeah. it is kind of open.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna be heard, not sure. They do. You know, when you say that though, I'm standing at my house, and I'm real.
I thought you were saying.
I literally is a. No, yeah, and again, I guess on the architectural, I'll be perfectly honest. And I have to be architectural, asking for this question. Certainly, good question for the architect.
6 months.
Yeah, so it's all the questions. It's all the questions. But no, so this architect BSA, they're very familiar with the whole other stuff. That's kind of their thing. So here. Yeah, I mean, certainly you can ask them, that's quite, but, you know, right, this is fair game. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I certainly we can, I can ask the architect that, yeah. Yeah. I'll point it out. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes the architects are just like, you know, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was. Well, if we submitted it, it was checked off. No.
It's in my note.
I had some sign of our.
You think?
No, we don't.
No.
Yes.
Well, I think just, there is something. Because we identified it, I can't fix it, you know, it's just a matter of. Yeah, get to it. But it should be this board.
I've been after somebody to come and shape paint my kitchen board. That's for years.
Yeah.
I give this
What's that?
person a lot of- and what it looks like. And he came back at me and said that maybe they might have like a 3D project for them.
Vinyl guys. One guy's telling me. One guy told me, says, I'll see you when. He said, "Look, maybe in August."
Hey, Joe, we're gonna get started.
Better get, rein it back in on the ranch, or I'll be out with the horses.
All right, let's call the meeting back to order, please.
Just start who said it.
This is a really good voting group today.
That's the part that's coming up, causing some time. You can post it, you can try to from the.
We get to the second part, this application, site plan review.
Oh.
Ready?
Those will start, they'll come along.
Any questions on the site plan review?
Yeah.
Got any ideas?
Well,
So you want to make a presentation or see?
Karen, you make a presentation, any?
No, no.
Well, I guess we've pretty much talked about it, so go ahead, fire away.
Right, Paul, you have some questions?
Yeah, I had a discussion with the fire chief yesterday, and he mentioned that, and I know you're below the 950 with the pressure, but he said that there was conflicting elevation that were supposed to be okay as far as the water pressure goes there.
Yeah.
I know when you originally built your house, you were on that.
We were in different, I was on a different, not zone, but like.
Yeah, zone.
Yeah, I know, but you changed that, now you have pressure in your upper place, but well, at least. I would just like to address the board and say, I think as a condition of this approval, we should make sure that this development will have the minimum working water pressure on the third level on all levels of the units.
Yeah, that's fine with us because
Yeah,
we're not gonna
because
sell,
I
I
just
don't
wanna make
wanna get
sure-
in the
I think
liability of selling units. It doesn't matter.
No, I know, well, you went through that first time, your toilet didn't work on your third floor.
That's right.
Well, but that, okay, so I want to be very clear on this
And
topic.
it's the same thing with the fire protection too, that they gotta.
So there's been a lot of discussion on this water thing, right?
Okay, that's right.
And so in preparation for this, I spent a lot of time reviewing the documents and Steve LaFrance sent me the plans. A lot of it was hand marked up. He took a magic marker, and was like, okay, here's the deal here. So I understand this now. So what's going on and what was going on at Mark's house? So there's a booster station, right at the gate that serves a high zone, right? There's a dedicated cross-country line that boosts up to the high zone that Mark's house is on, is on, essentially that high zone. Now, originally, everybody was on that lower zone. The booster station was brought online, the pumps were upsized. So now that pumps up to that high zone. There's a valve just up from Penny Base that is shut.
Right.
So that
allows.
Right, so that keeps the pressure in that upper zone high.
From the Pemmy base
Up, right, up to Hemlock and up that way.
From the Pemmy base down.
So that zone is a completely separate, it's hydraulically isolated.
Right.
By that valve from the rest of the water system. Now, the ultimate plan is when the tank comes online, right, the high tank comes online. Now that valve gets opened and there's a pressure reducing valve down further between the entrance of the upper entrance of Fireside and the 6-lot subdivision that we did. Just in between those two, there's a PRV, a pressure reducing valve.
Currently there.
The valve is bypassed. So there's a bypass there. I don't know if the valve is actually in or if it's just a bypass. But the valve wouldn't function right now because there's no flow coming down from this tank that's going to go in. So when the tank goes in, this whole thing gets reconfigured. And so right now, as you get up more toward the Pemmy base, the pressure gets lower because you're on the low zone, you're on the same zone as town out there. So as you go up, as you get above, well up above the 950 mark is where the pressure really starts to fall off. So what's going to happen when the tank goes in is now the pressure at that pressure reducing valve is going to go from, whatever it is. The pressure reducing valve is slightly below 950. It's like 930, I think, or something like that. So it may be, and I don't know the exact numbers, but let's say it's 50 PSI now on the high side of that PRV. It's going to go from that to 100 probably, or somewhere thereabouts when the tank goes in. It's going to be a big jump in pressure because now that tank is there to provide flow to that upper zone. Right now, the upper zone does not have fire flow capability above that, that's being served by that booster pump.
By the 950.
Well, for 950, the 950 line, there's a couple of things going on with that 950 line. So that relates to this upper pressure zone, right? That is above 950, well above 950, that the booster pump sends flow up to. The intent all along on the 950 was kind of modeled as like, okay, the 950 line for a connection at the street, the 950 line under these worst case scenarios, that's what we're recommending as the line. That's I think what the basis of design report called for. It wasn't about pressure on the third floor for a service under normal circumstances. Again, we usually look at this, and Ray and I talked about this, but our perspective is, look, we never know what somebody's gonna build for a house, right? We don't know if you're gonna build a 3-story house, 2-story house, whatever. It's at the street that we're assessing the pressure. So, and that's the way the DES looks at it in their rules. Now, again, I understand this is town review. No, that's true. You look at pressure at the service connection is when we're modeling these things.
I'll be go to hell if I would allow you to build a house that has a 3rd floor with a bathroom that won't run any water.
Well, that's not, well,
I don't care what the state said, that's not even practical.
yeah, no, but I think you're missing the point.
No, I'm not.
No, I think you are, because the difference is you would run water in that scenario, you'd run plenty of water, run plenty of water. The state guidelines are, look, you can't drop below 20
I think it's
under
20.
fire flow conditions,
Under fire.
under fire flow conditions.
Right.
And you shoot for 35 PSI under normal conditions, which is a
30,
model. Now,
32,
this is
yeah.
not exact science. This is a hydraulic model. So you're trying to assume worst case scenario, you're assuming a big demand, you're assuming a low level on the tank. It's worst case. We said, okay, 35 at the street. 35 PSI at the street is what we're targeting for.
But on the 3rd floor of a condominium unit, you're not gonna have, what are you gonna have? You lose what, 3.21, 2.31? What is it? Per foot?
2.3 feet per PSI.
Per what one PSI?
Yeah, 2.3 feet.
So if you got a
30 foot, you're still not, I mean, the answer is we have to make sure, which we have made sure that these are going to have adequate flow. We wouldn't move forward and design and build.
Well, I just want to make sure that as a condition of approval that you do, that it's not, and that the same thing has to be with fire flow. I mean, the fire chief has to have some sort of assurances that when you're putting your hydrants in here, that he's going to be able to get volume
Well, for this,
enough to protect his fire, because I know like on Hemlock, you have pressure there, but in my conversation with him, he really doesn't have enough volume.
well, because that's above the booster.
I also want to keep in mind, a lot of these are like, I'm looking at elevations 860.
Well, and that's.
Well, it's lined up. That's why I like the bigger one. I could see
Yeah,
it.
there's, this is well below 950.
So I think that the answer is, as a condition, I think it's an easy condition to add to make sure.
Yeah.
And it's clear that there is to state guideline, whatever guidelines we want to reference.
Right.
That it's there, because we do not want to be in a situation building these and having them not meet that. We've verified it.
I
We're all.
can't imagine you do, because a homeowner would not be happy with a 3rd floor that didn't have a
No, they're not
bathroom.
gonna be moving.
That
in.
was just trickling out, so, but I'd like to make it a condition of that and make sure that the fire chief is happy with the fire flow and the
Yeah,
hydrant.
that's fine. We understand that there's gonna have to be a design review of that. Again, I think where our discussion was with Ray, it's a different topic, but about where that 950 line should be applied. And our position is, it's at,
I mean, and again, part of my concern is that I know you're working on a tank. But, they could find some bat like they did up there at the dam, and it could be 10 years down the road.
And if that was the case, we'll put in our own water.
I don't know why you don't anyway. I mean, the town has enough money to build a $6 million police station. They ought to be able to build another tank.
separate topic, I guess, but.
It is.
So I guess the bottom line is with this development, certainly we can get fire chief and Ray's concurrence on water main design and design criteria for this. He's got plans to review for this. And none of these homes are related to the 950.
I mean, I don't think it can be based on the tank that's not there. No, I mean,
It's not. This is on the low zone.
Stuff.
right,
This is on the low
When
zone.
it's there, we can.
that's fine. I think that was all.
Anyone have any other questions?
Uh, Is there a way you can verify that? I think Ron talked to Ray. And they were talking about verifying the water pressure. Based on models.
We're doing it, but aren't we doing a condition, so we have to make sure that's maintained, that's done. So I'm saying if it's a condition, we just are covered.
He's on there, just ask.
I might be able to help with this discussion. So the short answer is yes. We always look at available fire flow and pressure when we do our technical review. So if you had a statement, a condition that, you know, the approval is subject to, you know, town engineer review, that covers that, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So you can put a condition in, write a condition in along those lines. As far as this specific development is concerned, like these gentlemen are saying, it's below the 950-foot contour, and the 950-foot contour is the benchmark, that the threshold that we're using for basically no building above the 950-foot contour. So yes, John and I have to have a further discussion on that. We also, and that was based on a basis of design report that was prepared by Horizons back in 2006 for the high pressure system that John was just describing to you. So that's the best available information for this particular development for that criteria. We also have a study that was done by Weston and Sampson, and it was documented in a report in 2020 that, and in their language, the high house elevation that they would recommend not exceeding is 1,000 feet. And what we've done on other developments in the past who are near that, either from a hydraulic standpoint or from a volume standpoint, we have done hydraulic analyses for specific developments to ensure that there's sufficient fire flow for those developments. And we could do that. I don't think we have to do that for the fireside project. I think I would certainly suspect, I would certainly expect that your water system will deliver sufficient pressure to these units.
When I was
But
talking. to
again,
Ron,
we would get into the more detail during our review.
Yeah, I don't care as long as Ron's happy with it, because when I was talking to Ron, he said even though there was pressure, there wasn't enough volume. And he said he would just have to go somewhere else to be able to get it. But it's.
Well, that may be the case, and if that's what Ron is saying, we should certainly take that comment very seriously. So maybe what we want to do is, we would require a hydraulic analysis be done at this particular location.
And
You could do that, but you don't have to necessarily, I'm just saying, you don't have to necessarily make that specific thing a condition of approval. You can if you wish, but you've done on other projects, conditional of approval is, getting town engineer approval on meeting all technical requirements that are promulgated there in town of Lincoln.
I just like to make sure that Ron is, as the fire chief, discovered with his concern.
I did speak to Ron today, and I spoke to him last week in preparation for this, and wanted to make sure he didn't have concerns. I was hoping he could be here tonight. He mentioned he had another meeting at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yep.
But I wanted him to be here, so he could have said, there's no concerns, let's keep going. And that was my proactive communication with him.
Well, as long as he's happy, then that's all I care.
I do have a question for Ray. If I can, and we can discuss this offline, but Ray, do you know if Weston and Sampson has a recently calibrated hydraulic model up and running for the town?
Yes, they do.
They do. Okay, excellent. Excellent.
That was part of the study that we recommended to the town, and Weston and Sampson completed. So yeah, there's an updated hydraulic model that we can use for this particular site and any other site where we need to do that type of analysis.
That's helpful, because obviously some things have changed since that analysis that was done by Steve LaFrance years ago. So
Yes, and that I left. I don't want just this. I left you a voicemail to have this discussion. So call me whenever you get a chance.
sounds good. Thank you.
Well, the only other I have is, are we gonna discuss, Anyone feel a need for bonding on this project? Should this be done at part of the site plan and review process or not? Joe had brought it up, so I'm just bringing it up
Part
here.
of subdivision process, we decided not to have it.
I thought it was part of site plan review.
When they build on the roads, it's when they build up the subdivision.
The infrastructure's all gonna be in place, I'm not. The only thing I'm worried about is
Right.
if something goes under, who's gonna be responsible for the road? Will it be the new owners of the properties? Or will it be the town?
It would be
The
the
new owners of the
It's
properties, I'm not
always-
worried about bonds.
It's always a developer, so either because lenders or
Or-
new buyer.
or on Swiftwater, the developer, and I know nobody left to sue, so the town will get to.
Well, we came underneath that with the forest rates, not knowing who was gonna be there, and they came after the town at first.
So these aren't gonna be sold till it's in.
Like me, what?
They're not sold till. So meaning it's not, they're gonna be new buyers, it would be the new developer in theory, or the bank or whoever it was.
I'm just paranoid about what happened in Swiftwater years ago, like you said, you were. With the horse show, it still is in fact.
And so when I looked at your architecturals, they were showing possibilities of 3 to 5 bedrooms in some of these units. What's your intentions?
Fill out the market and look through that, so that's why we have. We're realizing some people don't want, it's just a mix, so we're trying to be as market. Adjustable as possible.
Well, we talked originally about staying at 4 bedrooms until the tank was on. And I know that, like I said, when you look at the basis of design. On a duplex, they calls for
I think that this is.
1.7.
We
bedrooms,
can put some gray.
I'm sorry.
I think it should
Work
work,
on water demand, but this is, again, this doesn't relate directly to the tank, because this is on the low zone.
but also I think that this is stuff that needs to be addressed during our.
Yeah.
plan
Right,
meeting.
but the basis of design again was part of the developer agreement, so.
No, I'm in agreement that we need to work on that, so. Like, I'm here loud and clear, all that needs to be addressed and accounted for. So,
But you're coming in for the approval for this at what you're submitting here, which is between 3 and 5 bedrooms, and it doesn't jive with the basis of design. And that's my comment, and basis of design is part of the developer agreement, so it means that it's not.
We're gonna continue to agree to disagree on this.
Gone through this before.
Yeah,
That
How can you say that?
I'll be happy to finish my sentence here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think we've been through this before, and the basis of design for that water system was based on general assumptions to come up with a total water usage amount. If they start replacing a 1.75 bedroom condo with a 5-bedroom condo, 5-bedroom condos water usage based on the same gallons per day per bedroom that was used in the basis of design gets applied to 5 bedrooms instead of 1.75. So at the end of the day, they might end up with more or less than 1,018 units, so long as the calculated gallons per day is the same. So in other words, if they built, let's say they start building all condos, all single-family
I
houses,
see what you're saying.
all they build is 1-bedroom hotel rooms, they're probably gonna have more than 1,018 units. If they keep building, 6 and 8-bedroom houses, they're gonna have way less than 1,018 units. This is how I see it, that it's the gallons
It's the
per
gallons.
day
Yeah.
per bedroom.
that's exactly.
but I also think that should be updated in the master plan with more clarity basis of design, so I think that what we're getting to here is. Understanding that part of the master plan conversations that I'm gonna table for another day. We need to address all of that as part of that conversation.
Right. As long as you're willing to address that, because
I think it's important.
to me, it's basis of design.
You're keeping an updated
Log,
log or list or whatever.
so that's why we can address
What's
that
built,
right off the
what's
bat.
approved. So that,
I know they still have quite a bit left, but in the basis of design, it's not only the units, it's also when it triggered a tank, which is not installed yet. So that basis of design was figured out based on the installation of a water tank. After 27 units, which has been far exceeded. So all I'm, and look,
No,
That's not what it
that's
says.
not correct.
That's not correct.
No, that's on the upper pressure zone.
yeah,
This is on the main tank zone. This is on the main tank
It was
zone,
still-
not on that boosted zone.
but the zones have changed.
No,
I guess
The valving of,
I guess either way to look at it all, this is all master plan talk. In my opinion, the tank, we're pushing forward $1.5 million to side with the town. Let's just.
where
agree
is
to
that,
do
where
it.
is that tank, Mr. Town?
There was what?
Where's the tank? Where's the Forest Service at with it? What's the status of it?
We're moving forward as fast as the Forest Service will allow.
And what is the date? And when does the Forest Service think that they're gonna meet? And discuss this?
We had a meeting with the Forest Service.
And we had one of our South Peak employees.
South Peak was there,
South Peak was there to help push it
two
forward.
of the selectmen were there, town manager. Sam Kenny from Weston Sampson, and then a whole bunch of Forest Service people. And we have it outlined as far as what needs to be done. We're moving forward with, whatever, contracting some specialists in various fields to do some of the work that otherwise the Forest Service would have to do. But we can hire people to do that more quickly
Faster, right?
to make it more efficient. And we're moving full speed ahead on that to try to get everything to the Forest Service as efficiently and quickly as possible, but it's still up to their review process. But by us hiring, it's quicker for them to review someone else's work than come out here and do it themselves. So
I understand. I heard you say that selectmen's meeting, but is there a timeline? Do you have a time somewhat of, I mean, is it 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, 6 months? I mean, if it's 5 years before you get this tank in
I
there,
think
then
that the tank will be in before these are done.
the tank will be in before those 40.
I hope so, based off 24, 25. If you look at it, I mean, there's timing. So I think that what I would say is, we're sending people from South Peak to these meetings to make sure it's moving very quickly. In the event it ever stalled and there was a hiccup, we are immediately moving forward. And how many months will it take us to put in our tank?
12 or less.
12 or less. So the thing is we're not just looking at this and not participating in it. And that's why at the meeting, we're there, and Scott, who's a civil engineer with our company, to make sure we're pushing it forward and I can tell you the town's pushing forward very fast.
If there's a hiccup with the Forest Service, you're saying that your development will put the tank in on its own.
Right, if we're not able to work it out together, which is all of our goals,
That would be the best, yeah.
if we're not, we will without question be putting a tank.
Have to,
Immediately,
we
we
have,
have to.
And just to be clear, that 27 house limit was the, just in that high pressure boosted zone, which is between the high pressure valve to the east of where Hemlock comes into Crooked Mountain, to the high pressure zone, I believe, just past the Pemmy Base
that's
Camp.
correct. That's correct. Yes,
And then all of that zone together going back to booster pump station.
that's absolutely correct. Yes.
So that was the area where you couldn't build more than 27 homes. The rest of the area is unaffected by that. It's on the Forest Ridge tank.
What this tank provides is it provides better,
High pressure.
well, it provides better fire flow to town. When this tank goes in, it provides more storage for the town. Obviously, that's the benefit. Number one, and then number two, it's also going to help improve to a certain extent, and I that's what Ray and I need to talk about, because I haven't seen the updated hydraulic model, but it will only improve fire flow. It's not going to really impact domestic flow like regular usage, because that's not enough to really stress the pipe network. What stresses the pipe network is a fire flow during a high demand period. And the tank will help that because you have water coming from the opposite direction now. So
It will give you better pressure in your houses.
not necessarily, no. No, it won't. Not anything above that PRV. Yes, it will. Below the PRV, it will not affect it.
Above it,
yes.
they will.
Above the PRV, it will
Right.
increase, it will
Which
increase.
is where you're not, don't have anything built with. Not a lot.
Right, they're basically concurrent with where that upper boosted zone is.
Do you have I know we talked about the bridge inspection report for the town. We talked about at several meetings.
Yeah, it was provided to the town.
Did you get that, girl?
Well, it's like a couple pages, right? It's not the big report, it's
Correct.
like summary,
3 or 4 pages, yeah.
summary.
Is that all you needed? Is that all you wanted?
Well, it wasn't me that wanted it, it was you guys that wanted it.
Well, we want to make sure that you had the latest information on the bridge and the inspection of the bridge.
Well, you all had that, like, months ago. That-
The answer is yes, we provided, we're
3 or
continuing
4
to do more
pages.
too, and as we get more information, we're happy to provide it.
the 3 or 4 page. That was kind of like an update.
And it had a rating on it, had a was suggested rate rating.
It was what allowed us to change the rating to burn trucks over it.
Any other questions for anybody? All right, let's review the application. Review the scale. Go ahead.
Can I make a motion that the board all has the application in front of them? Can we just look at the items that they've not provided and just make sure we're on board with that rather than stating all?
Sure,
of them?
that's fine.
Thank you.
Item 7 they have is not applicable. Item 17 they have is being taken care of by the HOA. Item 23, location, size, and design of proposed signs and other advertising or instructional devices they have is not applicable. They have number 29, blank, performance guarantee or bond. I think we've already talked about that. Illustration of effect on. Steve, did you want to say something? Illustration of effect on pedestrian and automotive circulation there is not applicable. Illustration of fencing walls and buffers there is not applicable.
And location and type of existing and proposed lighting for outdoor facilities.
Where are you in?
Number
Oh,
27.
number 27, excuse me.
Just-
They have an X instead of an A, but
Right,
you know, they're not, one of the commercial buildings. So I don't think that's an issue.
right. Other than, you
It's still
know,
public, I mean, it wouldn't be considered public or private for safety and.
but that's a good question. I was gonna.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
I was concerned with the outside lighting for, security and safety. It's not listed on here.
Right, and that'd be my question is, other than. Lights on the building, front door lights or whatever,
Yeah,
are there any street lights, lamps?
Lit down lighting throughout that, so at night, or someone walking, a walker would have the ability of not being on a
Okay.
lit,
Is
but that's inside the condo.
within the, is that shown on the plan where the lights are?
Is that attached on a building or is that on a pole?
No, just be on a downlit pole.
It'll be on a pole.
On the. I guess you call it driveway, because it's really not a street.
Yeah, we don't have the final landscaping and lighting plan, and we didn't include it because we thought that was really related to what the public street stuff was.
The way it is.
Yeah, not the.
Because
not
this was a
within the
private, because
development.
it's a private association, now they'll be responsible for maintaining those lights, and
Yeah,
So we
obviously,
can-
everything will have to be dark sky compliant, full cutoff.
I think that what we could do is,
I guess that's what I wanted to hear. It's gonna be dark sky compliant.
that's what I was gonna say, is I think you should just make a motion, say. All exterior lighting to be dark.
back to life.
Yep.
Dark skies.
Good question.
Go ahead, Joe, the question?
When they build the buildings, we can review the building designs and the lighting and stuff.
No.
Right here.
Usually, a lot of times we do most of the development. We have before, which encompasses street signage, lighting, parking, to make sure they're all there. We have nothing seen, nothing like that about it so far. I'm not trying to just slow you down, I'm trying to. Good questions. Usually we have a design, building laid out, parking places,
This is design, yeah.
lighting.
Well, the
Yeah.
parking,
We have provided all that.
yeah, you have that in your package. You have
Right.
the building, you have the building elevations. The parking is for each unit.
So no, we did provide that, and then we also will be applying to, obviously,
The building.
for building permits.
Now, which one?
well, it shows where the propane tanks are, but not like the utilities.
Which one?
Utility boxes and stuff like that.
I think it's next, with, based on.
Is there a parking requirement on there? Because
Because it happens, I work with a lot of these developments. And most of the house from now,
What's this one?
you would 3 cars. And then 4 cars.
That's the civil plan. Parking is shown on the civil plan, it's each unit.
The parking,
There's no parking lot, it's each unit has its own parking
And,
space.
and based off the design of these with garages and parking in front of them, they have.
Well, we usually don't count parking in the garage.
Most guys who get in the garages nowadays.
But I'm
I'm
just saying,
gonna ask, because we had complaints about. People who rent and have not having enough parking spots, so.
And one owner idea would he comes up with 5 cars every weekend, just himself.
I'm just asking if you've taken that into
Per
consideration.
unit you provided.
multiple, so it depends, there's some that depending on where the units are. Like meaning how far back it is from where it's set back, so some could be stacking in 4, some are less, so. We're providing, we've realized that as a need, and it's a big desire in the sale, so the architectural team was very cognizant of that.
Will it be overflow parking?
Yes,
You don't think I know.
There will be
It's,
over-
Is the overflow parking in this plan?
well, not all the overflow parking is gonna be actually part of this.
It'll be off-site outside of this.
When we say off-site, it's relatively, like, it's all part of, it's gonna be on South Peak.
Right.
It's just not gonna be at that, so we're seeing a need for overflow parking for like Riverside Terrace and even homeowners. That are building houses, because some of the houses on smaller houses that were designed before we subdivided. Some of those don't have a lot, we're looking at land use permits. That are being applied to the association, where like you have no drive, you have no garage and you can fit like 1.5 cars. Because they're trying to stay under certain thresholds. That we need to start as an association.
That's what comes to the planning board, when you get homeowners who say. There's 3 families over there and there's 18 cars, you know.
Well, that's why the West, we've been very aware of that, so we've been working through that process.
There was one this past weekend, and 7 cars, it created a problem.
Part of that too, and that's where we're determining, and we're already finding locations, because it's a lot of the single family homes. It's not necessarily, single family homes, it's these bigger homes up here that didn't have good.
Okay, so where's the?
Or this is a separate development?
This one we have abundance,
Well,
1, 2, 3.
so they're not.
They're not labeled like
They're driveways.
they're driveways, so like these are meant to be like. Feeling like a single family house, even though you're.
But they need to be the town specifications for parking spaces, right?
2 parking spaces per unit.
Which we have,
Per unit or per, is it by bedroom? Does it go by bedroom? Or does it
It's
go
by bedroom.
It's by bedroom.
correct, so we have an abundance of parking.
So how many spaces are you providing for the project?
I don't know the exact number, and especially when we add it in the now lots that are. Happen to be right near adjacent to this, because one of the issues we're seeing is Riverside Terrace.
Probably ought to have that should be identified.
We had a lot of problems up the beach nut. And the Black Mountain Road, and the house was up there.
Why don't we put it, you want to put a condition that will provide adequate, adequate parking?
Oh, I want to put a number, I don't want to just, adequate is subjective.
Well, and then, yeah, okay.
That the parking will meet the town requirements. And if it doesn't,
Well, I mean, you want it on site, or do you want it to overflow?
well, no, I don't think it's gonna go on overflow. It should be on site.
No,
Yes.
It's a development on its own, HOA.
It should be within its own.
Answer the question.
So some of the things like this line right here, this is all parking, so like in that center island, this is all parking all along that. So you're getting a whole stretch of just a whole stretch of additional parking. That's gonna be meant for guests. We're trying to make it so unit owners are there that not even on a busy, February ski vacation, if you will. That there's places for guest parking to park.
But they have to meet the town requirements for space, square footage. And the quantity of the amount of it.
Right, that's fine. To say that, I think we could put that on a condition that it meets town requirements.
Well, because I don't wanna be like, you bring it in and I'm gonna have to count the parking
They
spaces.
should provide a parking plan that shows you.
I think you should do that.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but for, as far as tonight, to say, we meet the,
No, we'll just make a condition that you provide a parking plan before you get your permits.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Wait,
we're gonna provide a whole.
They'll
parking
provide
plan.
a parking plan that shows this.
so each time they come in for a land use permit for each building,
No,
that's.
no, you're good. they're gonna have one parking plan for you that will show how many spaces where, and the spaces are gonna meet the town requirement as far as quantity and the
Okay.
size.
So for instance, for this unit, I'm gonna see something that says.
You're gonna see a master plan for the whole, correct, but you're gonna see it on the
Not a
whole
master.
thing. Bad words, the whole, this whole subdivision plan, we'll do a parking plan, so that way you can just have that as part of the package and know that it's their part.
And it'll show you all the spaces.
Right.
Which is what normally happens. So,
Happy to do that
So I
and do
just wanna make
that.
sure.
so they're right there.
Okay, so, so 2 cars are gonna go here.
Right, so,
And then this will just be for additional.
right, so we're gonna show,
Minimum requirement.
I would say that we're gonna meet the requirements. I don't wanna say, like, it's hard for me to say, because the scale is what the scale is right now. But we'll do a whole park, this was all designed, laid out to meet all that. We'll do a full parking plan that show all the spots in each unit, how many spots are allocated. And then where guest parking is, so that way we know, these are where all the unit parking is, here's where all the guest parking is for all the.
Okay, because that would be good, because we get the complaints
I'm with it, and
about the parking.
I can tell you that I will be sharing as we work together. The association, I will get the complaints as well, so I want to make sure it's addressed.
Do you have solid waste disposal there? Do you have dumpsters there? Or are you gonna use your? The one that you currently have now? I just asked because I see on one of the plans, it looks like there's a dumpster location.
Yeah, we were looking at keeping one dumpster for this association here. With overflow going to the main associations.
41 units, a big dumpster.
Yeah,
What's up, I think I need 10 guys per weekend.
yeah, that's where we're looking at going to move all of the waste over there, trash compactors.
Back.
I would do it. So that's the idea.
One of the things about your parking plans that you will have to. Identify how many bedrooms per unit. Correct. Before you give us your parking plan.
And that way, if we modify that, you're correct.
Right. Carol, has the public works and everybody looked at these plans?
No. Public Works has no. He's up to his eyeballs now. I mean, he gets copies of it, he's on the email chain, but.
Yeah, I don't know, I just want to make sure that they have an opportunity to.
Yeah, if I could, Paul, maybe I can help with that. So during our technical review, we engaged with Nate and Ron and Ryan about to make sure that all their issues are addressed. So it all kind of runs through the review process. So we'll definitely get Nate involved, particularly as it relates to water and sewer.
So we're ready to. You want to say something?
I was gonna ask, did I see the propane tanks in that middle island, are they buried or are they above ground?
Buried.
Buried.
Would you consider incorporating 1,000-gallon tanks instead of having only 500-gallon tanks to reduce the impact?
Let's talk to the fire chief about that, see what his recommendation will be, because he may want it.
I think they were designed, because I believe they didn't want the bigger tanks, they wanted smaller tanks.
Sometimes when there's a problem, you'd be better off with one versus. But you have to ask fire chief, I would think.
Then metered on the units.
Speak up.
I'm just looking at myself versus-
All right. We're ready to vote on accepting the application. Well, no, we're gonna accept the application as we're gonna leave.
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Second, this is the application for site plan review. Is your application complete?
Is their application complete? Because in the application it lists parking and that's not complete, so. Is it complete? My question to you.
I think we said that we would accept it as complete and then put in the provision, condition in the approval.
So then we'll have to make it.
We'll have to make it a condition. of
Condition.
approval.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, so we show parking on the plan, but
Correct.
you're looking for some additional clarification on the parking.
But we're gonna do that as a condition.
We'll do that as a condition.
And the lighting.
No way.
In the letter.
In the light.
Yeah, in the lighting, yep.
All right, we'll lay it out that way then. I'll make a motion that we accept this.
What Jay did.
Joe made the motion.
Oh, Joe did, sorry.
What Jay made, I seconded it.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, is there a motion to open public comment?
So
Second,
Vote on that.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, aye. Would any member of the public like to speak on site plan approval of this project?
Make a motion to close
Hold
both.
on,
Right, does anybody on the Zoom want to participate or public input?
all right.
Nobody's
Is there
on
a
mute.
motion to close public comment?
so second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any further discussion from the board? Ray, do you have any further suggestions for what you want to review?
No, we'll just go through our normal review process. You're not going to, are you gonna accept, you're not accepting the site plan at this point, you're just accepting the application is complete, correct?
We're gonna vote on the site plan approval now
Yeah.
with conditions.
With condition that you're gonna be working with them.
Yeah, we work through the details.
So I heard three conditions. One would be, engineer and fire chief review. One would
Public
be,
Works, I like Public Works, I will review too. For water and
So
sewer.
technical review team review.
thank you.
There you go.
Here you go.
Technical review, team review. Lighting will be dark sky compliant. And, prior to the first, land use compliance certificate being issued, there will be a parking plan demonstrating,
No,
No,
I think we need that now.
I mean, you're gonna, like, we gotta see a plan
Now.
first.
okay, so when do we wanna?
I think that before, we have to do one we're not gonna do one at a time, we're gonna do the whole thing.
Right.
Well, obviously, we've got to provide that for the sign.
Like our structural package, right? When we go to apply for a permit for this. Part of our structural set, our electrical plans, our plumbing plans, there's gonna be a whole parking plan.
Okay, so a parking plan submitted with.
With
the
application.
Application for building.
Correct, so that way that's landscaping details, it's gonna have everything. It's gonna have the dark sky lighting on it, and that's gonna be part of my application.
All right.
Now,
those-
is that what I'm gonna, record as part of the site plan review approval at the registry of deeds or not?
What, the parking plan?
No, that's gonna be in the application.
I mean, you're not gonna record all of the building plans and,
No,
no.
usually anything site related to this property.
No, Carol,
only.
you're gonna only record this, the condominium site plan. You're not gonna record.
Right, like there's gonna be so many pages, but we're gonna make it easy, where it's one page,
One.
one page
one
shows
page for
everything.
parking.
And it's all set, so that way when you're reviewing the process and going through it, if there's questions, you can go back, we're gonna be dealing with. You're gonna be able to have this simple page.
How about if on that page, they put number of parking space, total number of parking spaces
table on it.
provided, X. Would that,
No, they need to show where.
it's gonna be on the plan.
Okay,
Parking plan
They
and a
have-
parking table.
okay.
Maybe I can help out here. So if they, yeah, honestly, they can just show show the parking layout on a site plan. And then, they can number each one of the parking spaces. That way we can verify how many parking spaces they have and then you're done.
Yeah,
Okay, and the technical review team will review the parking plan for conformity.
We review everything in accordance with the town requirements and town standards, so. Yes, we will, that would be part of it.
I mean, I just
And
want
that's why it's gonna be on our application before we can get started, to make sure everything that we're doing. When our application goes into the town, they're reviewing to make sure it meets what was approved tonight at the planning board. Meaning that there was no modifications to a building or something didn't change, that is all part of our comprehensive package.
And that is, it has to meet all state and town.
subject to any additional state and town approvals required.
That would be for minimum water pressure and all of that. Get that, Miguel?
If I could make a suggestion, Jim, You may want to just have a discussion on whether you should have a performance bond or not. I know you had some preliminary discussion on that.
We did.
I think Paul brought up a great observation, on a previous development project, a performance bond was useful.
I think that if we're saying that we're not gonna sell a unit, why don't we just put a contingent that a unit cannot be sold until that road that the unit is on is complete?
So a performance bond, and we've run into these situations before, a performance bond is there in case the developer walks away from the project and the project's half complete.
But if it was half complete, no one's bought it. It would just be the bank or the new buyer that would be taking it over. It wouldn't be a liability, wouldn't be a homeowner that was there stuck, that built a house that was on a road.
Right, but there are people in the surrounding community that probably don't want to look at a half-completed project that looks like a construction site. So that's why you do performance bonds on these projects.
And those bonds are based on a percentage of the total cost of the project, is that how it works?
Yeah, so there's a couple of ways we do it. So you can do a performance bond based on the entire value of the project or some portion of it. So, or you can figure out what the restoration costs would be to basically restore that site to something that's suitable and amenable to the abutting property owners.
I think one couple of points to this that maybe is a little different in this situation than some other ones. First of all, this is within an existing homeowners association, an overarching association, so it's not just out there in the general public, it's within this association, so they have some control over that. So it's the first point. Second one is, well, oftentimes when you're talking about performance bonds, you've got a project that's a significant amount of road length. Significant, this is a very small footprint project. It's not much road, it's dense, it's right there, as opposed to putting in 2 miles of road and a bunch of infrastructure to go with that. That's the situation that I've seen bonds used more frequently.
We've had a sediment bond, so it's called, up at Forest Ridge that has been a bone in the side of the town for years. And had it not been bonded, we wouldn't have had the ability to go back and fix it if they hadn't got it done right. So I truly think that there's some merit to what Ray's saying as far as having a bond. If you do the work, you get the bond back.
I guess the question I had, just because the logistics behind going through that process, we're talking about like putting in such a small section, so like. Do we just put money in escrow while they're in to a certain, like, it's such a small, to bring that back to original, which is now the horse barn up there and, say we had one level of pavement down and we didn't finish putting the drainage in and, you're talking about like 50 grand, 100 grand to just bring a loader in there and just clear it back to nothing. So I just want to make sure we're being aware that that's why we're committing. I'm trying to put the extreme on it by saying we'll sell 0 before the whole road's 100% done. To try to make that condition, meaning it has to be done before we're just telling it, companies that are looking at the roads to just finish it. Don't even.
But Ray's point is, you said you're gonna do the road, but his point is, if you don't do the road and the neighbors don't want to look at it, then they want something to be able to make it so it looks.
Again, my point would be, doesn't the HOA, the overarching.
Well, I don't think so, because we had issues up there with Forest Ridge like that. There was an overarching HOA and it just didn't work that way.
I mean, the HOA, they have to special assess everybody to come up with the money to restore it.
Right, so I mean,
Right, they were asking us to protect the homeowners association from being responsible. Let's say you go in and you
Just
cut
do a
all
bond or
trees.
letter of credit.
Letter of credit would.
Why don't we do a letter of credit? Do
Restoration.
a letter of credit, because honestly, it's easy for us to put in, say, Ray and our team says, put 200,000 aside. We put a letter of credit, get it done, then it's released. It's a lot easier than going through a third party
a
bond.
letter of credit works.
That's,
Yeah.
that works.
So just do a letter of credit.
Do we know what the amount is? We're gonna formulate that, Ray?
Yeah, typically we'll just, we'll request that, they put together a cost estimate, we'll figure out what the pay items need to be and, we'll review the cost estimate, make sure it's, it's in alignment with current construction pricing and figure out what the number is from there.
But I don't think
And Ray-
I don't think the pay items need to include the buildings. I think it just needs to include the infrastructure.
My question, Ray, is would that just be for restoration? Because I think that's what the town and the abutters would be interested in, is just restoring so that there isn't like foundations sitting and filling up with swamp water and cracking
We've had,
across the street from my $400,000 condo. That's.
Right.
We're looking to restore it, not build condos and finish roads.
Right, correct. So basically, it's basically putting the site back to some level of restoration. You'll never get it back to its original. But you basically bring it back to some level of restoration. So we've had situations where, developers halfway through the road's got a first, 1 or 2 foundations in. And he decides to pull up stakes and, 2-3 years go by and ultimately what they did is they pulled up the road and they knocked down the foundations, buried everything and loamed and seeded the whole site.
But why don't we determine what that cost would be with Ray and then do a letter of credit for that?
Okay, but
Right.
just you narrow it down to a restoration cost, not a completion cost.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a full build out of the development. Absolutely not.
Right.
And that's why don't we work, I'd be happy to have Ray be in charge of helping calculate that number with our team. And we'll put a letter of credit for that now.
that's fine. So that needs to be another condition.
Yes.
Yes.
So. Does anyone have anything else? Let's review the conditions again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask that.
Do you have these written down, Carol?
I hope so. You can correct. Okay, so, subject to the, technical review team review.
Yeah.
Subject to the lighting should be dark sky compliant.
Yep.
PRT, will review parking plan, does that sound right?
Not a review, they're gonna submit a separate parking plan
Included in our application
Okay, submit-
with a parking table.
for the parking, the parking spaces to be numbered, yeah.
Should that include the number of bedrooms in each unit or? something?
Yeah, that'll be part of the parking
That'll be-
table.
Yeah, I'm sure that. And the bond.
Letter of credit.
I'm sorry, letter of
Meet
credit.
all the town and state approvals.
Yep.
And then letter of credit. Restoration.
Be determined by Ray and,
It'd be determined by Ray Corbett. Let's just keep it simple
Alright.
so we can just.
yeah,
Determined by Ray Corp.
Excuse me, I missed that. What's determined by Ray Corber?
How much the letter of credit should be for the restoration.
Letter of credit should be for the restoration.
Okay, that's fine.
so we now have the motion with the
So,
Those
conditions.
conditions.
who made that motion?
I'll make it.
Okay,
I'll
Paul,
second.
second.
Second it.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, the abstentions, the motion carries.
Thank you, guys. We'll be talking very soon.
You guys.
Okay, so the PRT meeting is.
That one, go to the next.
Oh,
Maybe it's gonna do with the
Yeah.
barn.
SPI 2022-19, map 18, lot 48.
August 19th.
Robert Style, ZBA stamp mail, change of use from retail to restaurant, both tea garden, applicant.
Excuse me, Jim, if I can interrupt, I'm sorry to
Ray, you're all
interrupt.
set, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day or good evening.
No, I just thought of the.
DBA Brother 160 LLC and DBA 99.
Joe? Joe. We're trying to deal with these people.
All right.
PO Box 1445, Lincoln, New Hampshire, 03251. Robert Stone, DBA Stamps and Mail, LLC, 13 Hills Drive, Northern Woodstock, New Hampshire, 262, property owner Robert Style, DBA Stamps and Mail, LLC, 13 Hills Drive, Northern Woodstock, New Hampshire. 3262, property owner. Surveyor Gardner Kellogg Gardner Kellogg Surveyor, Kellogg Surveying and Mapping Inc. 54 Mansfield Road, Littleton, New Hampshire, 03561. Subject property 136 Main Street, map 118, lot 48. Located in the village center, Beacon District. Code application for site plan review approval for a retail business using the old post office building. Formerly operated as a retail / rental / snowboard shop. JB Good LLC into a restaurant business to be known as Over Tea Garden, a restaurant business. The space would include tables and seats for dining for a total of 22 seats with an emphasis on coffee. Applicant to show adequate on-site parking. Public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buy one, buy another.
So what is this now? This is Polish tea. Thai place, I think, huh? What is that, Thai place? Is that where they? No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Same. Question of the board. I do some plowing for them. I don't be able to, if anybody thinks there's a conflict, I'll step down,
What do you do?
plow the driveway.
You know, I don't make the tea, do you?
I don't drink tea,
Okay.
no coffee, no cocoa, or chocolate, or beer. Just want to
So
speed it up,
you're asking for an advisory vote on the board, if this whether or not there's a conflict.
correct.
I don't have an issue with it.
Just want to make sure it's out in the open, so.
I don't have an issue with what Joe said, no.
All right.
My name is Arunde Peng Tisabong. So I am the owner for the Thai Nine restaurant in front of the town hall. This is my second business at the Lincoln, New Hampshire. So this one, the boba tea, the signature for the Asian, the tea mix the flavor like a fruit, like a mango, strawberry, passion fruit. And we have the topping over here. They make from the tapioca. This one the popular from the teenager, like an egg, like a 30 or 40 down. Yeah. So because I looking why I want to start this business, because we understand for the tourist people from the big town, for the city, because I used to live there before for 5 years, and I have the experience for this business for the drink. So I put on my restaurant like a 5 menu in there for the 1 year. The customer say yes for my drink, and I think like I have to bigger more business. So that's why we're looking for the location. So I'm luckily to meet the Bob,
I
and
don't know about that.
yeah, and I start to train for him, and I make a plan and make the, we understand we have so many coffee shop over here, but we have to make the different thing. So in the inside the building, we make like a backyard for the project, my project.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, you should have two plans. One is the survey plan, and the other is the floor plan.
Yes. So inside we don't put so many tables because like you see the picture, we have like a single pub and they enjoy for the backyard. Inside the building, we make everything green and the glass. Yeah. The same thing like outside. I want to like my theme like the same thing like the natural inside and outside together. And for my product, I think we not make too difficult to make it. So that's why I can hiring people. I know for this town when we visit town, the problem for the restaurant or another business looking for for the people come to help us. But for me, because we make it easier, we can hiring for the local people come to help us. Like for the nighttime or morning time, I think the good thing for the local people make the more money from us because the Thai restaurant, we have the local people for my customer, so that's why they love it.
Go there.
Yeah.
No part-time tonight? No part-time tonight?
Yeah.
So these are non-alcoholic things, right?
No, we don't have
Oh,
alcohol
wow.
there. Yeah, we have the coffee, tea, and chocolate and fruity.
We'll be outside
Me,
eating in the summertime.
We have the Thai tea also.
You gotta show that on the plan. But according to your plan, there's actually 2 curb cuts that for that property.
There is.
One curb cut on this side,
Yes,
so stay put there. So there's enough room to go around. If you have to, you can always get more parking for you should need it. In the plan on the east side, put more parking if you need it. If you can go around the building.
Are we asking questions now?
Yeah,
That's showing the plan.
yeah, and you're gonna have to get your driveway permit from DOT. I think I sent you
So why do they have to get a driveway permit when they already have?
I've already got one.
Whenever you change the use, you need a new driveway.
that. Right. I mean, it's
Or you
just,
might,
this-
if you
On
did
the
that,
state highway.
you might get a
Yeah.
tentative agreement for the other curb cut.
Well,
You probably
that's
go around the building if you have to.
my question was,
Let's, go ahead, Paul.
I only have 2 questions about this whole thing. I think it's a great idea, but. The Philip Beaulieu was talking about.
Yeah.
Delivery trucks. Are you gonna be having any delivery trucks delivering any product?
so actually we have the delivery truck, but we put everything into my restaurant. And after that, like we have only like a flavor, like a syrup, like the fruity we can buy the market basket because we fresh. More them like we get the you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get the a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I run for my business right now. Every week I have to go to the Boston to buy the fresh stuff.
Yeah.
And come back to here. So that's why for the delivery, we can pay for the prepare for a month.
So, I mean, it looks to me like there's plenty of parking here for what they have for seats.
Plenty of pocket.
There's plenty of expanded park. We need to.
The only thing is the delivery trucks, and I don't know whether that's an issue, or I don't know how we would address that.
Why don't we give him a copy of this email from the DOT and that's,
I think I did.
sir, have you seen this email from the Department of Transportation? Bill Bailey,
You think you should apply the DOT for the second curb cut? We already have.
I think I sent you this.
They have it in file.
Well, and I think, your point, Joe, about getting that other curb cut. If they wanted to use that one,
That's the guy.
they could actually get a truck all the way around and come out,
Come on, the other way, have it back.
so that would really help them out. In regards to Bill, as long as when they apply for that, they should look at both of those curb cuts.
Oh, Leo.
Cause Phil said there was only, from what I'm reading here, he's telling me, I do not see a drive-through. Where was it? Somewhere in here.
Cool in the
Yeah,
plans.
you're not gonna do a drive-through. Yeah, he's not gonna do
But
it.
the thing is, like you said, Paul, he had the truck and come in the other way and go up this way. Actually, only from that side, not come in. That would stop the traffic flow a lot better, so people don't back up into everybody.
Without backing, yeah, he just wants, so you can't back out onto the highway. And I think by making that going around. Is showing that on this plan, if he can use that other curb cut, it would get rid of any problems he
Be
has,
safer.
So you have two. When you talk to the DOT.
Yeah.
You should ask him about both of the driveway curb cuts, that, you know what a curb cut is?
Yes.
So you have one right before your parking area is, and you have one on the other side of the building.
Mhm.
When you talk to the DOT, you should ask him about getting a driveway permit for both of those, because that will take care of any delivery truck problems that they might have. Other than that, the dumpster is the only other question I had. They gotta know it's gonna be an animal-proof dumpster. I don't know if the hotel might have a problem with that, but I mean, there's dumpsters over here at the restaurant and back. So it shouldn't be an issue, but You have to have a bear-proof dumpster.
Downstairs.
Yeah, all it is one with the steel top and
Yeah.
2 padlocks on it.
They have to hire too. I have right now.
Yeah, that would be because they have. Bears come around here and you don't want them dragging trash off everywhere.
Yes.
I'm going to come out to see the customers when they're on time.
That's the only 2 comments I have. Other than that, I'm fine with-
Bob, I have a question for you. At one time, there are on your property on the left, on this side. There are 2 time capsules that are buried underground. We haven't been able to find them.
Oh, really?
Down. Would you mind if
No.
we're a friend of mine, go over
Yeah.
there, dig them out, try to find them?
Yeah. It used to be next to that.
Well, Bill Willie,
They tried to
Bulletin
board thing that's now going
They're underground, it's deep.
Yeah, I remember
He was on the law about it, so he knew where they were. You go there, super duty, heavy duty, ground penetrating.
Oh, yeah.
Detective, try to find them.
Yeah.
This one, basically, we can go look around.
If anybody can find it, Joe. All right, we can move on.
I have a question.
it's big,
Yeah.
The patio area,
Oh, jig.
because you have handicap parking, but it's not handicap accessible. And along the patio where it rises, it's crumbling and it's not
Oh,
flat surface and are you gonna have that resurfaced? Is that something we should even be?
We can put it in.
that would be up to the police.
Little ramp.
Yeah.
You
'Cause
have
I
to
just
make it
wonder, because the
handicap
surface,
yeah,
when you step
compliant.
up onto that rise, it's really, it's a broken surface and it could be a liability.
Can't do with that.
Because we had the other ramp, here we're doing a lot of outside seating,
You know,
you have enough parking to accommodate it.
because if somebody were to come in a
Understand.
wheelchair, they could.
Would there be any food in the
Well,
premises?
You could raise the grade on the other side. On this side of it. And then all they would have to do is go down the sidewalk and come up onto that patio, so you could raise that grade on this side. On this side, and then you, so they could come up that way,
If you could
Yeah,
like,
that's a good idea.
that would
Yeah.
work.
like resurface that area with like wood decking or something. No, just make it stick.
Yeah, you should do that, bring some gravel,
Yeah.
You'd be having any sandwiches in there, or some food, any kind.
Yes, we do the sandwich.
Right.
Then you'll have to come in and get permission from the town. Get water hook up to the property and the rest part. Think it's 5 thing.
Yes.
Okay,
well, he's all set to go. If you say, okay, it's already got his application.
So we,
I think already.
Good for you.
It's already, we're all ready.
He's ready to go on off.
so was this preliminary, or was this?
This
No,
is it.
it's Site plan review.
Yeah. the
He
application.
talked to us about it before.
So we need you need a motion to accept the application as complete?
all right, I think, do you have a question?
Oh, we can accept it as complete, because I have a question about the design.
All right, so is there a motion? Okay, so you made the motion?
Yeah, I made a motion to accept the application as complete.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
With conditions.
Okay, go ahead.
One of my concerns is that the state is concerned about delivery trucks backing in, and I know you explained that you go to Boston yourself, or you'll have it delivered across the street. I would just suggest that we put in the conditions that there are to be no delivery trucks of large size to this building, because there's no way for them to get in and out without backing either in or
Well,
backing out.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine, but you gotta leave the caveat in there that says no delivery trucks until such time as they make it another, because if they make that other entrance, they should be able to have that.
Absolutely.
I drive right around it now.
But there's no driveway shown on this plan that we're approving.
Yeah, I know, and
And
that,
I don't know what the state's gonna, what the state's status of that second, it's been unused
Good point.
for decades.
Right, they might just say,
We're presuming they're just gonna give it to them.
well,
They're pretty tight about this whole Main Street thing. They're,
but if the curbs drop down.
It was done down in 1960.
again, we can argue about it, we can all agree that they should have it. If the state doesn't give them the permit, we're screwed. So
Okay,
let's not screw them and say, if they can get it, that's great, trucks can go around. But if they don't, we
I
should
would
have a
get-
provision that says they can't have
I would
large
get,
truck deliveries.
I would get Kellogg Gardner Kellogg, to show that other one. On this plan. That way there, when you go to talk to DOT, you can say, look, we made an error. You know, there is another one here. It's really not showing a tip down here, it's showing us just your boundary line. You probably should have a separation in there that shows the existing opening for your existing parking lot. And it should show this other one. The one on this side. That way, then when you go to the state,
It sort of does because it shows the sidewalk to the right of it and to the left of it. But where that second driveway curb cut is, even though it hasn't been used, there's no sidewalk there.
well, it shows sidewalk on both sides.
On both sides, of it It shows the curb cut open. I agree with that, and I hope you can get it, but I
Yeah.
know that the state might not do that.
Here's some information.
I'd make a break in that property line somewhere so it looks like, you know what I mean? Because that's normally what they show is a break in the line
Right,
somewhere.
yeah, right. The first thing, like, I don't think about the delivery truck because we have the same company for my restaurant and the same company from this one because the Asia, they sell everything in that same company in
You're
there.
gonna make
So-
smart business, you need
Let 'em-
to-
let 'em finish.
Yeah,
Let me finish.
when they come here and we can take the one order and we can bring there and we can bring in here also. I
Yeah.
think for it's my
Yeah, the
first thing, like
curb
I think,
You're gonna have to go back across the street, taking your life in danger with all this traffic.
yeah. Yeah,
Unless it was a small little van that brought
yeah,
supplies up or something.
and we.
Well,
do
that's
have
what
the
OJ
small-
said was no big delivery. trucks.
Yeah, that's-
Yeah, why don't we just leave it at that and make the change and we can sort of just
And
have
it's
a
still
quick
5 to
meeting
10
and.
curb cuts.
And, yeah, and our business, we,
That's why they gotta
we
come
do
back
for the
in.
drink, like a you see, we don't have like a big stuff, like a.
You know, have a big inventory.
Yeah, like a rice, like a vegetable or everything, yeah, we have the small stuff. And we can go anytime that we want for the, like a, Boston, yeah,
You have to apply for sign.
like a tea, you know.
So
have
we
a
make a
tea like
condition
this.
that so long as they only have one entrance, they cannot have any big delivery trucks. And
I think
entrance
if
and
they
exit.
get the second entrance, they need to put it on the map. And come back in, and I mean, I think it'd be.
I was just trying to get them so they didn't have to come back in. By saying that, so long as they only have one entrance, they cannot have any big delivery trucks. If they get two, then they can have.
Bob's been.
I mean, you can always apply for a waiver, saying they get the second.
You think they should come in? You think they should come in?
He's saying he could apply for a waiver. I mean, we're talking about it right now, and I think we all agree.
Yeah.
If they apply for a waiver, I would have to vote yes, because I've just told them that.
Yeah.
that would be perfect.
Yeah, oh, no, I would too. I was just trying to get it so they didn't have to come back in, that's all.
Vote for the waiver to get a second driveway and remove any conditions about the,
There's a
big
curb cut
trucks.
here.
So the application's been complete. Go on, the application to approve, a motion to approve.
Sorry, so let's
One here, there's one over here.
accept the application.
You look at the good one
Okay,
sidewalk.
we have
curb cut
talking
and right
at
there.
the same time.
Joe,
Right here. Curb
He's
cut.
not gonna be able to figure out the minutes.
So, we have these sidebar conversations.
I'll make a motion to we already made a motion to accept the application as complete, so I'll make a motion that we,
We gotta open public comment real quick.
Oh, right,
right. I'll make a motion, we open public comment.
second,
All in favor?
I,
Want any member of the public like to speak?
Susan, do you wanna talk?
I'll make a motion, we close public comment.
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
All
I'll
right,
make a motion, we approve the application as presented,
this side.
with the condition that there be no big delivery trucks. Allowed to deliver it to the site.
The state approval for the old curb cut.
No,
no,
No, we're just gonna leave it at that.
we're not gonna do that, Joe. We're gonna do it this way, and that way, when they come back in, we can do a waiver, so, yeah, I agree. That was my
Do
motion.
you understand that? Probably thinks like it fell off the face of the earth.
They get stuck on the road somewhere.
I only got one
we'll
more.
approve it with the condition, we can't bring big trucks into there. If you get the second curb cut, you can come back in and ask us to remove that condition. And we'll put or you will put the second driveway on the map, on your plot plan, and we'll approve the new plot plan with the second driveway.
okay,
If the state approves it.
Truly, the only one that's gonna have to go will be him.
Right, it's your property.
So the first curb cut, any problem with that one or not?
Well, you gotta get a driveway permit.
You just can't
You
bring,
gotta
you
get the driveway permit.
It's not a must, that's state.
gotta get the driveway permit from the state.
Yeah.
And you can. So if we pass this, which it sounds like it's going to.
Yeah.
They'll only be able to have.
Yeah.
Like a van delivering, they won't be able to have your
Yeah,
big
small
truck,
van that could turn around in a regular parking spot. Yeah.
Exactly.
can't have anybody backing out onto the road.
But if you get the other curb cut now, if they prove it, you're golden for the future expansion.
You could have a drive-through if you want at that
I
point.
guess it's positive, it's gonna grow and make business.
So I made that motion.
There's one other issue that I was looking at and related to Bolio's letter, that dumpster cannot be accessed in that location without backing up into or out of the spot. If they took that dumpster and moved it
I thought that
further
was-
this way from behind the building, they could pull into, the grassy area that's in the setback, back into that and pull out.
Why can't they be a dumpster in that location?
I guess,
How can you,
It's just it's a small front loader, the smaller ones are small. And they just go in there and they tip it up, like,
Okay, but look at-
he backs up into one of those parking spaces and drives off.
There's a car there.
A lot of these dumpsters have wheels on them, you can wheel them up and down.
And did you see an issue with that, if there's a car there?
Well, I think you could say that about a lot of the dumpster locations.
Well, I'm just saying that would force the truck driver to back out onto Main Street.
And the other thing that you were thinking about in dumpster, but we have to have an enclosure around to keep recycling.
Right,
No, but we didn't mention that in discussion.
Really would make it better if he had the other,
the driveway, I know, but I'm just saying. If it
I don't think
doesn't,
that's an issue. I mean, he's got plenty of, where that snow storage is there and where the snow storage is there,
He can back,
he can,
maneuver
it's
around.
pretty flat around
Alright, I'm
there.
good with that. I'll second, you make the motion?
Yeah, I did.
Did
you get that?
Approval conditions, no big delivery trucks to the site.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was talking about,
all right,
Does anyone?
so the motion's been made with condition, no large delivery trucks.
Motion and seconded.
All right, all in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed?
Nope.
Anyone with abstentions? No.
You're all set.
You'll
Good
do
luck.
it. Thank you. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
We go back to the nursing home now. Hope the doors are open. Gee.
I'm gonna say you're a little past your bedtime, aren't you?
Yeah,
Me too.
definitely, yeah.
I think the Legion's still open.
Next, continuing other business,
Oh,
review of the information planning board wants regarding Penny Base Camp.
good to see you, Bob.
Has given us quite a bit of information to get started.
Okay, we did get a lot of information. I did have a discussion with, Brian Norton. He said he's working on it. He was trying to get a hold of Rick Kelly. I did have a long conversation with the alcohol, at the, Department of. Remember this, alcohol.
You get some information.
Right, and so, so she said, he said, well, the problem is, it's not in the same name, because it's in the name of whoever the caterer is. Well, the caterer right now is Mark Bogosian and doing business as we have the restaurant, so, so that liquor, the permit of assembly, which is what the fire chief gives. It's not related to like how many seats or anything, it's just how much space is there, how many human beings can fit in that space. So, so she then called Ron and ended up speaking to Ryan and was trying to get the information from them. However, they only keep those permit of assemblies for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. So Ron came today, checked it out, he only had 2, so you have it in the packet. I didn't email it to you because I didn't get it. But,
Ron had, what did Ron send us? I'm not gonna find it now.
All he has is the yellow piece of paper on that,
Yes, this one here.
right, okay, so on one side is the alcohol permit, and it's in the Loon Mountain Recreation Corporation name. For the last 2 years
be.
prior to this. And he has no other permits because they don't keep them that long. They only keep them for a couple of years, so. So I don't have an answer to that, but Brian Martin is still working on getting answers to our questions. And so he's.
The only thing they need to do is to come in for site plan review. Loon Mountain. Bogosian has nothing to do with this at all. This is truly a Loon Mountain. Loon Mountain owns the town, they pay taxes on it.
We made this decision
I
in the
know.
last meeting,
So why isn't Loon coming in for the site plan
Because we
review?
have not made the decision. The decision we made was that we were gonna find out what their permit says they can do. And then as a board, we need to determine if they're even required to come in for site plan review. We've not made that decision yet.
Oh.
We don't have the facts to make that.
All right, so let me give you a little history here. I don't know if anyone else has looked it up, but the history of this is that obviously Loon owns the building. Bogosian owns the property. In 2004, they came in and they got a building. They come in and a building permit was issued. They didn't build it till 2007. Okay. They did a, they did that, they did their water and sewer tap fee points. That was done in, I believe, 2007. They never had any bars on there. They never had any kitchens in there. And in the original water tap assessment. So, and if you look back at the 11/10/2004 approved planning board minutes, there's nothing in there that mentions this fabric structure for the approval, but yet on the building permit, it says that's when it was approved. Okay, so this structure was never deemed to be what it is today. So there's no question that between what it is today and what it was in 2004 is a total change. I'm not even sure the thing was ever even approved. It got a building permit, but there was nothing in the, go back and look at the 11/10/2004 minutes from the planning board. And you will not see, I mean, I've got it. You will not see anything in them that with anything about it. But again, you look at the building permit that was issued in 2000. Building permit that was issued in 2007, it said it was approved on the thing that says date approval granted by planning board, 2004. 11/10/2004. So when you look at the minutes of 11/10/2000, there's nothing on it. So I don't know that this thing was ever, they may have just come in for a building permit and never really came in for any planning board review. I don't.
So 19 years later, we're gonna make them come in for a site
No,
plan review.
Yes. We should make them come in for a site plan review because the thing is not. It's changed from the original concept, OJ. It's not a big deal for them to, what is the big deal for them to come in first for site plan review? I don't understand. All they do is do like everybody did here tonight. These guys just come in for the little jerk calls, whatever, and they come in and they do a site plan review. And then the abutters get a chance to say yay, nay, or what their concerns are. And if there are none, they go out of here and they get what it is. It's not that difficult. And then think about what the town's missing. So the town's missing on their sewer and water tap assessment, all of the kitchen and bar. So they're missing all that money. So, that's what I'm saying. It's not that big. I don't know why everyone's making a big deal about this thing. It's just a matter of them coming in and do it. I don't even think I'm making a big deal
Well,
out
I
of it.
do, but
I'm just trying to make everybody play by the same rules.
well, we've never called anyone in here before. For any business that's been in existence for 19 years. And there's nothing in
Careful.
their approval process that we can say. You are breaking the rules on this. There's nothing that limits what their hours are. It was approved as a food service facility. They're doing food. Yeah, there's different tables than there was 20 years ago. There's different chairs than there was 20 years ago. When they put in the
There
sinks,
was
they
no
paid for
deck,
that.
there was no outdoor seating, there was no, I mean,
There was outdoor seating
And-
20 years ago.
and,
Yes, it
and,
was.
and I'm gonna,
I
and I'm
just-
gonna tell you. That we have made it. We have made, when the Kangamongs Motor Lodge wanted to come in and had indoor band, we made them jump through hoops. There was someone else, I think the Mexican guy wanted to have something. And we made him jump through the same type of hoops. We've done it on countless times. You know, for people that have come in and wanted a change, a small change, and made them jump through hoops. This is a change. And you know. It's late at night, but I gotta tell you, the guy
We just.
Bogosian got what he wanted, because, and I don't know where the okays are coming from, or where the delay and all this is coming from, but all I want to do is go through this winter period. And the way he was, and guess what? He's at the end of the winter
No,
period.
He removed the container, which was the topic of conversation.
It was not only that conversation with me,
Oh,
it might have been with you guys, but it wasn't with
You
me.
know,
I brought
we
the-
just got all this information at 6 o'clock, you know, we haven't really had a chance to review it
on Bogosian.
on the Pemmy base camp.
No, that was,
That was part of the original packet you picked up.
Yeah.
The last one on the original package.
Well,
I don't, seems like a pretty big change of use to me, another good
It does, I mean, with the addition of the deck and.
Yeah.
That's,
It's a big change.
you should have a permit.
You know,
to
if someone else in
build
town
the
did that,
decks.
we would have them come in.
what deck though is new?
they just move it to the next meeting.
And then somebody said that there was outside seating, I'm not familiar with it.
I mean, it's the whole
Somebody
thing.
said that
Yeah, we
it's
keep-
an outside.
We keep bringing this to another meeting and another meeting and another meeting, because somebody else comes in, Bogosian might come in the next time with a big plan, but you know, we're here, let's get it done. You know, just tell them they gotta come here for site plan reviews. It doesn't take that much. It really doesn't. And they can get what they want by saying what they want, how many seats they want, all of that. It's the same thing with. It's up big, you know, you just wanna get people to commit,
Yeah.
be honest and say what they have and what they're gonna have, and that's all part of it, you know?
They did come in for outside seating. But what's presented as it is now, the outside seating for people sitting down the slopes, sitting down having a sandwich. I'm not sure.
First it was like, bring your own.
Yeah.
Now they're in the present.
I can tell you,
People having-
when we talked about it, I believe that's why, again, memory's terrible, but. When I originally talked about it, it was going to just be, they were gonna bring this, they were gonna have hot chocolate, they were gonna have some bathrooms down there. And that they were gonna bring the food from either the Governor's Lodge or the Octo Lodge down, and it was gonna be just like those wrapped up sandwiches and stuff, that's all it was gonna be when they
What was
first
the outside
presented.
seating though, also with that. Sitting
But,
on benches
you
outside.
know,
Do they cook there now?
Well, they got a whole kitchen in,
yeah, they have the panini press, they have the. Michael.
I think they got basket
don't-
fryers and.
No, they don't.
They don't have
Can't
a
have
kitchen.
fryers there.
They have a,
Because Ron, they had asked Ron, I just talked about Ron with Ron this morning. And he said, if they wanted to put fryers,
I
there,
have to see the menu again,
they
but
were gonna have to do a lot of other things, it wasn't really safe.
I took pictures of it.
To have-
It's a good place, it's pretty cool, actually, you know, nothing, it's pretty cool.
So what did you give us tonight that we just got on this, so just a primitive assembly,
No, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
right, I mean, I
about
saw it.
having
I guess I
basic-
saw that.
And that's all I'm saying, let's just bring them up to date here, it doesn't take, Lou comes in for all sorts of stuff, what's the matter with coming in for this, it doesn't. It would take.
Well, we were asking Mark for all that stuff, and we should have been asking Brian.
Right,
So
and I agree.
we now have given Brian all those questions. And Brian is, you know, doing his best to try to give me the answers that we're looking. for.
Just tell Brian to come in on the site plan review for what he's got right now. It's that simple. He comes in, he meets with us.
and Brian says, what am I doing that doesn't meet the site plan approval that we've been working under for 19 years? And we need to have a solid legal answer to that if we're gonna bring him in.
Pretty simple.
Okay,
Change it.
it's not simple because it has.
It's pretty simple. All you have,
I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn. We can just deal with this
Yeah.
as we continue. We haven't.
Oh, you
got
guys are
answers from
tired?
Brian. I am, and we haven't got answers
I am,
from
I
Brian.
don't
We're not
forget
gonna
my
make
wife.
this decision.
you guys keep kicking it down. I gotta wonder, Roger, is there something else going on?
Well, I can stay up,
I go
well,
out there thinking
my
about.
cracks just kicking in.
Yeah, you know,
Okay, so-
every time you get somewhere that, you know, about Loon Mountain, OJ, you seem to go the other way, so I don't know.
OJ.
Hold on,
I made a motion.
he made a motion, All right, all in favor?
Double I.
I,
I'm opposed.
Okay,
I like to get this done,
By the way,
you know,
everybody's getting up and walking out, so.
some of us are in the future.
thank you.
People in town have asked me, we could zone all these old houses all the way down through, so they can't be used for Airbnb, but only from ownership. Well, ownership, to be honest, like a duplex. So these people can't come out and take, buy them all up and tear them down and put in Airbnb, throw them on the table.
Okay, well, I don't think any of them have been torn down,
So
Joe.
it's still 15 houses in Main Street, plus all those up to Side Street.
But those are already sold anyways.
Yeah, okay.
So I mean, you wanna just, you wanna be
Get all
in,
down to Paul Road.
Your elastic band's ready to explode.
The whole area.
Yeah, I took it all.
Carol's